humans, whatever you are.
I am a burger-loving buffalo with wings.
I've never seen a naked model mentioned in my entire life.
Oh, I get that a lot. You should see my mom. Big six meal for two for $19.99. Coach Cook has been outstanding the last couple of weeks.
You want to keep the ball away from the Kansas City Chiefs. Time of possession, I think, is going to be big in this football game. Limit the number of explosive plays for that explosive Kansas City offense, coach. You okay? Why are you laughing, man? Why are you laughing, man? You look exhausted. I think it comes down to who's the red zone. Because a lot of these teams are going to do football. You get down, you have to be able to finish the game. And right now, I think when James Cook is playing, Josh Allen's legs, I think could be a difference in this game with Dalton Kincaid. Look for him to be a factor in this as well.
Yeah, for me, I feel like it's going to come down to making pressure pay. These quarterbacks, they will see some type of pressure. What are you going to do when that pressure comes? Because you know, Coach, a defense dials up a blitz. You time it right. Everybody knows what they're doing. Receivers, tight ends, running backs on the same page. Not only will you make a big play, you can score a big touchdown that can change the complexion of the game. So when those pressures come, make defenses pay.
100%. Okay, he's selective with when you send it to, right? You've got two veteran quarterbacks. As a veteran quarterback, you identified the big plays are there when he pressures.
All right, fellas, those are the experts speaking. What do you like in this game coming up? Who's going to do well and why? Real quickly, who's going to do well and why?
From college football yesterday to broken bat, double play, and extra innings of Game 7. Game 7 in baseball, basketball, and hockey is the game that all us fans want to see. I don't know necessarily you want to be playing it all the time because then obviously you lose, you're done for. But if you win, you either advance, let alone win the championship. But in football, it's a one game, win or lose, leave it all out in the field, mentality. So baseball season is officially over. But yeah, what a World Series it was between the Blue Jays and now the back-to-back defending World Series champion LA Dodgers, as last night's Game 7 had a little bit of everything in it that you can imagine in baseball. But, shit, they even cleared the benches. I can't remember the last time that happened in a Game 7. But almost had a walk-off walk, a walk-off hit by pitch, a walk-off review, let alone a walk-off hit. But then we went to extras, and then, a broken bat, double play, and extra innings of Game 7 to win the World Series. But, baseball season is over, but football season continues. So, here we are, first Sunday in November, NFL Week 9. So thank you for tuning in and listening to my live play watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube, as we'll have the Steelers and Colts coming up next on CBS. So, once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. These are my NFL, Indianapolis Colt at Pittsburgh Steeler live play watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. The link's in the description below. That'll be Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Hit the red subscribe button, notification bell next to it as well to stay up to date. The link's once again in the description below. Thumbs up button, share hashtag NFL, hashtag Steelers, chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated, as well as this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. First off, with Rogue Energy, be sure to get your favorite energy and hydration flavors in Kenner tub form, shakers, and Rogue Energy merch at the link in the description below. Be sure to use the code Luke123. That's Luke123 for 10% off. HopeKThrifts, second resale shop that focuses on staying in the environment in a cheap and fashionable way, as most items are $20 or less and include brands like American Eagle, Converse, Free People, and Shein, among others. HopeKThrifts, found on Depop, Instagram, Macari, and Poshmark at, yes, you guessed it, HopeKThrifts. That's HopeKThrifts. HopeKThrifts, so be sure to use the message seller code CheapThrifts, CHAAPTHRFTS, CheapThrifts for 10% off. Link also in the description below. And then Dead and Hungry, a novel written by Nathan D. Mitchell. You can find it on Amazon. just in time for the holidays. So once you do go check that out over on Amazon, if that doesn't interest you, you might as well be what the title says. Audio only today, but hit the hype button if available on your YouTube screen. And then, as I would normally say, also, if you haven't done so already, be sure to also scan the QR code behind me. But audio only, obviously, has a black screen. But you can also click the first top link in the description below. It's as good as the QR code. So, CBS with the NFL Today, they take us from pregame to the 4-1 to the Steel City, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, as we'll have Iron Eagle and JJ Watt on the call today for Channel 10, KDKA, your local CBS station here at the 1 o'clock window. So, yes, once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. Steelers Colts coming up next on CBS. As the Steelers will honor with Alumni Weekend this weekend the 50th anniversary of Super Bowl X and the 20th anniversary of Super Bowl 40, as they try to snap a two-game losing streak on the field against arguably one of the best, if not the best, team in the National Football League right now, in the Indianapolis Colts, who are 7-1, not having lost since late September. And that was a one-score game, so they arguably could be 8-0 and be undefeated. But obviously we know about the Steelers' defense and not being able to stop the run, let alone, get off the field. So, up against potential comeback player of the year and quarterback Daniel Indiana Jones, Danny Dimes, in the Heartland now with the blue and white Colts. And then talk about the run game with the Steelers defense, not being able to stop the run once again. Running back Jonathan Taylor, he has 12 rushing touchdowns, which is currently first in the NFL. Leads the NFL in rushing yards and total touchdowns, so also a threat in the receiving game. And Jonathan Taylor today could also surpass Penn Stater, Colt legend, NFL Hall of Famer Lenny Moore to become the franchise's career leader in rushing touchdowns today. So probably going to be a long afternoon for the Steeler defense unless they can, make some stops on the defensive side there. Obviously, maybe create a turnover or two and then capitalize off of it. But, as of late, Renegade recently it seemingly has lost its aura. Talk about turnovers, turnover margin. The Colts are +8 in 8 games. So that's at least, one a game. At least that's what it averages out to be. Pittsburgh's +4. Could be way more. Could be, less the way they played on offense as well. But speaking of the offense, as I will now contradict myself, yeah, take your points while you can get them. But, they also have to quit settling for 3 all the goddamn time because, they can't score touchdowns. 3 is better than none, but also 7's better than 3. So, got to score and keep scoring. And if and when you score, the defense just can't allow whoever the hell they're playing, the Colts today, but, give it right back to them and let them drive and score. Because then you're just in a back and forth game. And, it's still going to come down to the wire probably, typical Steeler game. And a couple things are going to be the difference in the end on whether they won or lost today over the next 3-4 hours. But they got to clean up penalties. Today's official referee, the white capper, fucking cocksucker, Craig Wolstrode. Pittsburgh is also back to being bit by the injury bug again. Isaac Seumalo up front on the offensive line. He has a pec injury. So we'll see if he plays today or not. Pittsburgh's been able to run the football. Pretty good as of late, but They got to score touchdowns. That's the main thing, and the defense has got to go off the field. But Deshaun Elliott, he's out. He's on IR. And then Pittsburgh went out and added some more depth this past week. They traded a 6th-round pick to the New England Patriots for Kyle Duggar, which the deal also included a 7th round from New England. So he'll be getting some playing time in the secondary, as he was traded for middle last week, practiced a couple times. I believe he'll be wearing number 29, if I'm not mistaken. So if you see a 29 on the Steelers defense, that's who that is. They also signed wide receiver Marquez Valdez-Scantling on offense, MVS. We'll get a number on him in a minute. But he's a former teammate of Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay. And he's also caught balls from Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City. So, we'll see if any, but how he works out, with the wide receiver room, from DK Metcalf to Calvin Austin and Roman Wilson. Scotty Miller out once again with a hand injury. Ben Skoranek making plays occasionally. But then, you have the tight ends. It's actually a Penn State tight end affair today. 2 former Penn Staters squaring off with Pat Fryman and Tyler Warren. So obviously, both are threats. How does, not necessarily the Colt defense, but more so than not the Steeler defense cover 44, well now 84, Tyler Warren. And I'll get back to the defense again in a minute. But remember, the NFL trade deadline is on Tuesday. So, yeah, he fried me with the tight end, and then Darnell Washington, and Jonnu Smith, and Connor Hayward behind him. They've been going jumbo as of late as well with the run game, and just working the sticks, and rightfully so. Do you got to do, move the ball, find a way to win. That's what matters. But with signing MVS, do they, go still try to trade for somebody? They traded for help on defense. Probably going to need more of that. We'll get more into the discussion about what could happen over the next, 24, 48, 72 hours with potential transactions later on. So, yeah, we'll see if they do or if they don't. I mean, they're not your typical, Steelers anymore in the front office perspective, but exactly how the game's going to go. So Pittsburgh won the coin toss, and they're going to receive. So they want the football. But long story short, I don't care who's out there playing. Just make a fucking play and, score points, find a way to win. So Cole Holcomb, Chuck Clark are out as well due to illness. There's a stomach bug going around. Pittsburgh on the kickoff return, about 35, 40-yard line. See where they spotted at. But Indy's a 3.5-point favorite. Over-unders at 51.5. And then as here comes the Steeler offense, A-Rod and the black and gold back in their home black uniforms as they wore the throwbacks last Sunday night as Green Bay came into town, beat Pittsburgh on the road in the Steel City for the first time in over 50 years. First play of the game, they get a Jonnu Smith on a crosser near side, and he fucking drops it incomplete. So, 11 seconds in, get a good kickoff return, and then they take not a shot, but they already have this Colt defense, off balance. And I mean, you got to catch that. But all-time series, Steelers lead against the Colts 27-8. Whether that be against the Baltimore Colts or the Indianapolis Colts. And then today is the first meeting between the two in Pittsburgh since right after Christmas in 2020. And then, obviously the season was going down the drain at that rate after the undefeated start. And they've played every year since, but they've all been in the Heartland. They've all been in Indy. But then Colts in Pittsburgh, they've only won in the Steel City twice before. Whether that be from Baltimore to Indy once again. That was 1968 and 2008. And last I checked, it's 2025. And obviously it doesn't end in 8. So take that for what it's worth. But then also, like I just said, the Packers came into Pittsburgh last weekend and won for the first time in 55 years. So they get 1st and 10 incompletion, 2nd and 10 to 3rd and 4 on a 6-yard pickup, and then a pass for nothing. It's caught, but wrapped up right away. No gain on the play. It's 4th and 4, and they're going to have to punt and go 3 and out on the opening drive. So, yay, the Steeler defense is coming out in the field. They've given up an average of 25 points a game this year. 4 of their 7 games, they've allowed 30-plus points, including all 3 losses. So, they got to make a play. They got to make a play. And, I mean, Daniel Jones, Jonathan Taylor might just knock him out. 2 former first-round picks. Obviously, Jones didn't work out in New York with the Giants. Was in Minnesota for a fucking cup of coffee last year, late in the year, and then he signed with Indy. And the Colts probably have to be the biggest surprise this year in the NFL. But like I said earlier, too, they arguably are one of, if not the best team in the NFL right now. They're 7-1, probably should be 8-0. But, Pittsburgh, it's just the same old. So with this defense, got to make a play. Got to, like I said, make stops. Jonathan Taylor leads the NFL in rushing touchdowns, total touchdowns, rushing yards. Handoff. And then, obviously, defensively, with Pittsburgh, once again, with the injuries, they're going to give us an update. Somebody returned a kickoff to begin the game. It's who steps up and is, making plays for everybody that's out for whatever reason. Like, they got to come together as a collective, and they know, at least I hope they know, there's been, as it's 3rd down, a lot of talk with how bad they've been playing. So, we'll see. We'll see here today how it shakes out. And then go from there. Obviously, we'll have a recap, preview, stats, and scores, and all that jazz as well. So, 3rd and 11. That's a hold. Pass, complete, Pittman. Or that's Alec Pierce, 14, sorry. But, see, 3rd and long, and they can't even get off the field. That's pathetic. Taylor will motion out. And back to Alec Pierce, makes a man miss. And then Peyton Wilson on the tackle. Looks like they're going to mark him as he stepped out around the 15. So they're in the red zone and just back-to-back plays. That's just bad defense right there. Just bad defense. Very bad defense. So yeah, Pierce, as the Colts have first and 10, he has 3 targets for 3 catches and 64 yards on this opening drive. Jones, incomplete. Yeah, intended for Mo Alley Cox. Aaron Rodgers last Sunday night. Fucking cocksucker. Patrick Queen on the coverage. Longest streak in the NFL since at least 2000. They have 68 points in the red zone. That's a lot of points inside the 20. Whether that's touchdowns, a lot of field goals, a mixture of both, it's a lot of points. It's like 10 touchdowns. You know? If you want to count the extra points, it's like 10 touchdowns. You know? Darius Slay injured, so they're already banged up on defense, especially in the secondary. Now he's slow to get up. Left side, maybe. His hand, wrist. What is it? So, Highsmith already went out? I must have fucking missed that, or they didn't say anything until now. Highsmith can get the hell out of town. He's injury prone at this rate. He can't stay healthy. Especially the money they're paying him. No, and then especially when they have Herbig and Sawyer behind him. You know, like, don't be surprised. I'm not just saying this now. I've said it in the past that don't be surprised Highsmith ain't here, you know, next year. Just because of his injury history and the money and the depth as the reasoning. So we go to commercial break because of the injury to Darius Slay. And former Steeler quarterback, who's a bench warmer, Mitch Trubisky. A backup ordering fast food and drive-thru. So I see he's moved on. Anyways, joking aside, I'll digress. Yeah, just this defense is looking bad. Very, very bad. Like, something's got to happen. Somebody's got to lock down and make a play. I don't know if, I doubt it, you know, but you never know. But that, you know, they'd get rid of Terrell Austin in season if this keeps up, you know. Obviously, when they fired Matt Canada, that was long overdue. But it was the first time since, like, World War II that, you know, they had fired a coach, whether it's a head coach or assistant, in season. You know, it's just not something they do. And Darius Slay going to the locker room, they say. So 3rd and 2. Highsmith seems okay. He's just fucking standing on the sideline. Jones, pump fakes, dumps it off to Tyler Warren. But then Jalen Ramsey comes up from the secondary and hits him right away, so no gain on the play. It'll be 4th and short, 10 minutes on the dot to play, now counting to go in this first quarter. They're going to go for it. They're going to kick it. They'll say 4th and a yard. Watch for a play action because everybody's going to be thinking it's Jonathan Taylor here. They're going to sneak it. That's 4th and a long one. Or they'll run a little... God damn it. Little end around there on the old school wing tee, little wishbone. And then Keanu Benton wraps him up. Wisconsin on Wisconsin, but too late. He already got the first down, so now they got 1st and goal. So, empty set, Jonathan Taylor motions, and then now motions back. And ball's deflected and incomplete, almost picked off by TJ Watt. So, incomplete, 2nd and goal. Yeah, Cam Hayward got the paws up, and then TJ was a couple fingertips off. But good play, they're down. 2nd and goal from the 6. Handoff. Jonathan Taylor to the 1. They're going to mark him in. He's short at the half-yard line, 3rd and goal from there. So, I mean, they already went for it on 4th and a yard from, inside the 10. They got 3rd and goal here. They get 4th and goal at the 1. They'll probably still go for it. They're not going to settle for 3 now. So you're either going to be down 7 or still tied at 0 and then have the length of the field to go. Because they ain't kicking it. No way. And ball's deflected again. It was intended for Tyler Warren in the flat. And, yeah, Cam Hayward got the hands up again. 4th and goal for the Colts from the 1. They got to go for this. They ain't going to kick it. They already went for it on 4th and short. They're not going to not kick it on 4th and goal from the fucking half-yard line. They'll go for it. Yeah, they'll sneak it and get it in. Touchdown. So, Daniel Jones with the rushing touchdown. Colts up 6. Make it 7 if the extra point is good. So, yeah, Steeler offense, quick 3 and out. And then the defense just gave up, 80-yard touchdown drive to begin the game. Yeah, sit back, relax, and let's all yell at our TVs because it's going to be a long game, it seems like. And the extra point's good. So, yeah, 7-0 Colts, 8:05 to play in this first quarter. We'll update some stats here in a minute, see what else is going on right now in the NFL before we preview and obviously get into next week as well. But that's then, this is now. So, like I said in the past, scheduling getting easier. They got Colts today. They go to the Chargers, and a month after they first played them, they'll host the Bengals in 2 weeks. Go on the road again before then they get the Bills at home after Thanksgiving. So it's a home away, home slate here in November. But I don't really care where the game is being played at. They got to play better. They do. Especially this defense. If this offense can get rolling, we've seen them, be able to hang with whoever they're playing. obviously last week was a game in which had a lot that from, say the Seahawks game to the Brown game to the Bengal game, just I feel like that's how last week's game was. It was those 3 games wrapped up into one, and then they still ended up losing it, as they lost 2 of those other 3 as well. They're 4-3. They're still in a damn good position in the AFC North, but now Lamar Jackson's back for Baltimore, and they won the other night on Thursday night, so I get they don't play the Ravens until, December and January, but they still got to take care of business, because then if not, they're going to be needing help. But whenever they were in a damn good position, here over the past couple weeks to really take advantage and be in position to have control. But they've lost 2 in a row. Last week's game, it was more than a 10-point loss, even though it was a 10-point loss at the end of the day. They had, talk about control and momentum. They're up and then just fucking blew it. That's what last week was. But yeah, this offense they can score when they want to, but they need to do it more. And just that defense that's bad, just bad defense, man. Just don't shoot yourselves in the foot. So 1st and 10 from the 26. They'll toss Jalen Warren for about 4 yards or so, 2nd down. Just don't turn the ball over, That's what has done them in on a handful of occasions. So they'll motion, toss it again. So they're trying to establish a running game, but that goes nowhere. 3rd down. If I'd have to guess, we got a punt coming up again. Got another update. So CBS, I think, is showing us more of other games than they are the actual game that's on right now. 3rd and 7. Can they get more than 7 yards? Probably not, but we'll see. Maybe. Out of the gun, Aaron Rodgers is going to step up, and he gets sacked. So they can't even get an inch because they just lost however many yards he lost on the sack. It'll be 4th and at least 15. So they'll punt. They'll go fucking 3 and out, and again, here comes another punt. 4th and 14 officially. All right. From the 22. So 3 plays, negative 4 yards, and 1 punt. As they almost block it. Maybe a running roughing the punter. Muffed it. He muffed the punt. Pittsburgh picked it up and walks it in. Brandon Eccles, touchdown Steelers. Crowd gonna love that. So who cares about the penalty if there even was one? That's clearly a muffed punt. And you can pick it up. But they'll say you can't advance it. He clearly muffed it. He clearly touched it. It bounced, hit him, and then Pittsburgh picked it up and ran it in for about 20 yards. Touched by the receiver. Yeah, it's a dead ball. You can't return it. So, oh, well, hey, should be a special teams touchdown. Bubblegum chewing. We gotta punch this in and score. They gotta score off of this. I mean, they should have scored on the return, but that's what I'm like. They didn't say touchdown because they're gonna blow it dead, and they did because it is a dead ball. That's just the rule. So at the 11-yard line, 1st and 10 Steelers. You gotta score, man. You cannot settle for 3. You gotta score a touchdown, tie this game up. Quick bubble screen complete. And that's Jonnu Smith. So they're getting him more involved here early. Obviously, the first play of the game, it was intended for him. It was incomplete. Get 7 yards there. Need 7 points now. Yeah, 2nd, 3 and out. They punt it again. And then they get the muffed punt. Should have been a special teams touchdown, but that's just how the roll is. So you still got to score a touchdown here. 3rd time's the charm on this drive. Metcalf in motion. They'll toss it to him. Got a couple blocks. He'll lower the shoulder, but he doesn't get anywhere. Good God. That's what I said earlier. You got to score touchdowns. Freiermuth in motion. And Rodgers looking his way. Comes back over the middle to Darnell Washington. And it falls incomplete. Kick it. Take the points. They got to score touchdowns, but I'm still taking my points. You don't know what you're going to need late. But then if you go for it, don't get it, they got, ways to go, but then you still got to make a stop on defense when you did it on the opening drive. 4th and 3, they're going to go for it. They need the 1-yard line. Or a touchdown, obviously. But empty set, quick pass on a slant, it's incomplete. God damn it. So they can't even capitalize off the fucking muffed punt. And they still go 3 and out. Turnover on downs. Good God. Yeah, I don't even think he was looking for the ball. Hit him right in the chest and he dropped it. Oh my God. So turnover on downs. It'll be 1st and 10 Colts when we come back. Obviously, yeah, I should have kicked it, but you need to score touchdowns, like I said earlier. And I said again. Mike Tomlin's even said it. They got to quit settling for 3. They got to score points. But 3's better than none. So they're still at 0, but then 7's still better than 3 because he could have had a tie ball game. Now it's just more pressure on the defense. That's all it is. So maybe they can get another turnover. And then hope to score off of that one because they're not able to, do so off the muffed punt. We'll see, what the difference, margin of victory is going to be. 7 points if it comes down to it. It might be a sequence in the game we'll come back to with remember the muffed punt? Yeah, I remember they had a touchdown off it, but the way it's written in the rule book, it's a dead ball when it's like that. Like you can't advance it. That they had a touchdown, but they didn't have a touchdown because they turned it over themselves on downs. They didn't kick it. They couldn't score a touchdown. Yeah, we'll see. But 7-0 Colts still, 1st and 10 for them when we come back. They playing Renegade in the first quarter. Wave those towels. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Yeah, they got them backed up at the 5 because they couldn't punch it in. God damn, son of a bitch. 1st and 10, Indy from the 5. And pass complete, 1st down. Will somebody cover? Jamar Chase, Tucker Kraft. That's Alec Pierce today. Flag on the play. Legal formation on the Colts, so the pass will be negated. They'll replay the down. First and 10, as they were just talking about Highsmith and Slay when the injuries suffered earlier. They're both back out there. So 1st down for Indy from the 2. They'll run it, get some breathing room, get those penalty yards back. And then now it'll be about 2nd and 10. Danny Dimes, pass complete. Tyler Warren hit to the 9-yard line. They'll have a 3rd and about 6 now coming up. So, I mean, if they can get a stop, get the hell off the field, get the ball back, I mean, the next drive, hopefully you're going to have good starting field position. Unless you muff it yourself. But then guess what? They'll probably still go fucking 3 and out. 3rd and 6. Come on, defense. Daniel Jones pass complete. 1st down, Indy. And from the 5-yard line, they're now out past the 20. They're going to look to go the distance, 95 yards, and score another touchdown here. First and 10, Indy. Ball fish at the 16-yard line. Jones fakes the give. Far side, high, incomplete. So 2nd and 10. Second and 10 from the 16. Pressure over the middle. It's caught. Taylor with Wilson. Heidi ho there, neighbor. Got the Taylors and the Wilsons. 3rd and 8. Or actually, that wasn't Jonathan Taylor's, Abdullah. But still, from Peyton Wilson, just wrote itself. Never shown his face over the fence, and then the toll man. But 3rd and 8. Slants caught, but he's short. No, blow that dead. He's a yard short. And they finally wrap him up. So it'll be 4th and 1. They're going to go for it again. The fucking 25-yard line. They're going to kick this and punt.
Good tackling, sure-handed tackling there. Big stop there by the Steelers. Feels weird to say in the first quarter, but the way that this Colts offense...
Feels weird to say in the first quarter. Feels weird to say it all there, J.J. Watt. That the Steeler defense just made a stop. Indy will punt. Watch for a fake, though. They run a fake. They do, and they fucking get it. You gotta be kidding me. That's piss poor. Not even fucking ready for a fake punt. Snapped it to the up back, and they get the first down. Inside their own 25-yard line. Good for them. And that'll do it for the first quarter. So the offense can't move the ball or shit. Defense can't make stops. And then special teams, they get a muffed punt. Can't capitalize off of it. And then also on special teams, after the defense got off the field finally, they give them a fake punt. So Steelers down 7-0 at the end of the first quarter. Indy ball, 1st and 10 to begin the second quarter when we come back. Just bad. Bad. Like they're sleepwalking. They seemingly don't care, you know. Daniel Jones is 9 of 14, 92 yards in the first quarter. Pittsburgh has stopped the run, for what it's worth. Jonathan Taylor, 4-9. Thomas, a carry for 3 yards. Jones has a carry for a yard on the sneak, obviously, and the touchdown. That's the only points that have been scored. But they got to cover Alec Pierce, 3 of 64. Downs, 2 catch, 15 yards. Rodgers, 4 of 7, 13 yards and sacked once. Jalen Warren, 2 carries, 3 yards. Jonnu Smith has a catch for 7 yards. DK Metcalf, 2 of 6. But yeah, offense, like I said, can't move the ball or shit. Defense can't make stops. But then they did get off the field. And then we just saw the fake punt. But then the muff punt, they couldn't even score off it. So, wake me up when this game's over. Please and thank you. I mean, there's just in general not much to be seen with the black and gold Pittsburgh Steelers right now. Unless they can get their head out of their ass and figure something out. Just frustrating. That's all it is. You had a chance to tie it up. You can't even do that. And now you're going to give up probably a long scoring drive. When he had them stopped, and then I said it right before it happened. You know, just watch for the fake. Because I always say it. It's just, you know, how can they let that happen? You know, but they did. So you got to live with it. You can play on, play through it. But they got to wake up, man. They got to wake the hell up. Flag on the play. Probably against the Steelers, if I'd have to guess. Which is going to be no surprise because they've been killing themselves with penalties. Pass incomplete. Yeah. I was going to say offside. Well, that's on the defense. No offside on the offense. So he just clearly lined up wrong. But yeah, here's the replay of the fake punt. They just snapped the up back, and I mean, that's just ballsy. Especially on the road, early, even with a lead, you're still at your own 25-yard line. But that just shows you how bad Pittsburgh's playing right now. You know, offense can't move the ball. Defense can't get stops. Offense can't capitalize off of special teams punt on the turnover. And then special teams, gives up a fake punt. It just shows you how they're playing. And it's bad. So they'll, after the penalty, get a yard, 2nd and 14 coming up. Obviously, if, you can stop them again, they're clearly not going to run another fake punt today. They also could, though, however, run a fake field goal at some point in time, or some sort of trick play, or something else to catch you off guard. Because clearly that's pass interference. Yep, there's the flag for that. So, spot foul, still going to be first down anyway. Yeah, spot foul, 33. Still 1st and 10 Indy. So they'll move the sticks. Just what the fuck. But yeah, they're technically playing. But they're just no care, standing there, letting whoever the hell they're playing. Once again, for the 3rd consecutive game. But more than that over time in history as well. Just do whatever the hell they want. That pass incomplete at midfield. Second and 10 as Queen hit Jones. And, yeah, it's almost picked. So incomplete, 2nd and 10. From 36. And pass complete at midfield for a first down. Oh, my God. I mean, you got to give Indy credit, you do. This is just pathetic for the Steelers. This is very bad. Very, very bad. Handoff. And Amir Abdullah for 4 yards. 2nd down. Second and 7 from the 46. They'll run it again. Jonathan Taylor back in the ball game. And he'll get to the 40, so they have a 3rd and short now. As we got 2, 4, 6, 8 games on here at 1 o'clock. And every game has action except one, tied at 0 with the Panthers and the team who beat the Steelers last week, the Green Bay Packers. 3rd and a yard. They're on a fullback dive, and they'll get the first down. Good God. Steelers recover that. TJ Watt has the football. All right, clock out. It's going to be... Was he down, though? That's the thing. Was he down? Daniel Jones faked the give. No. Strip sack on the fumble. TJ Watt forced it. TJ Watt recovers it. Steelers ball, 1st and 10 when we come back. And, hey, you got to score off of it. Take a shot. Go deep. You know, enough with this, you know, a couple yards here and there shit. I get you still want to work the sticks and run the football, which they haven't been able to yet today. But you had a chance to tie this game up. You couldn't. Now you have a chance to do the same. We'll see if they can. They probably won't be able to. You know, it would have been nice to have 3 points then, because then if, you know, you have to settle for 3 again, then okay, you're only down a point. But then if you have 3, you have 7, whatever it might be, you're hoping to score here again. You have a lead then. You know, not being down, let alone tied. They had a chance with a short field to score off the fumble earlier. Off the muff punt, couldn't it? So now they're going to have, you know, what, half the field to work with and go right around midfield here, give or take. Like, we'll see, but if they can't fucking punch it in from the 20, how are they going to go 50 and score off a turnover? I mean, I've seen crazy shit happen. They just got to get in a rhythm. They got to go drive and score, man. We'll see, but I'm not confident. I'm not. I don't think anybody is right now. The way they're playing. They're just, it's bad. Until it changes, it's just the way it is. So, yeah, leave it at that. But they got to score off the turnover. Plain and simple, end of story. And then if not, it's back to, well, remember the fumble they couldn't, you know, score off of? Because it could be a difference in the game, you know, when it's all said and done. Just like the muff punt. And couldn't score off of that. So, you got a 1st and 10, 11:21 to go in the half. Both teams have all 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning, obviously, as well. But Pittsburgh ball here, where are they going to mark this? TJ has, since he entered the league in 2017, 24, which is the most strip sacks in the NFL. Yeah, from the 44. But guess what? They're going to lose yardage, so 2nd and long. Flag on the play, though. Flag on the play. Personal foul, face mask on the defense. 15 yards, automatic 1st down. So, take away and get it. The Steelers' first 1st down of the day comes on a fucking penalty. That it shows you exactly how bad they're playing. From the 41 now of Indy, 1st and 10. Handoff, Gainwell again. He gets to the 36 for 5, 2nd and 5. Gotta score a touchdown. Because then you're gonna have momentum. I get you'll be tied, but then you'll have momentum. Second and 5, Rodgers dumps it off. Pat Freiermuth, he stumbles, but he gets a 1st down inside the 30. And you hear from the Heath to the Muth chants. So 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. Rodgers dumps it off on a screen. Gainwell Kenny G, nowhere to go. 2nd and 10.
Colts defense, you get those guys out on the edge. You need everybody from inside to start running very fast outside. And the Colts did a great job doing that combination of Hay and Trent. For the lead on rebounding, yes. Zaire Franklin, one of the leaders on defense. What's been the difference under Louis? He's not bring the brotherhood together on defense. We knew we could be better than we were previously. He's very clear-cut on what he wants.
From the 29, 2nd and 10. Rodgers over the middle, caught and dropped by DK Metcalf. Incomplete, 3rd and 10. God damn it.
I thought it was really interesting when Zaire Franklin was talking about that because he said last year there'd be things where we would talk about on defense where somebody has to make a decision. Am I going to take this guy or you? And we would not want to upset each other. He said, who has no problem being judge, jury, and executioner? And I like that he gives us very clear-cut, defined roles. So it sets up a 3rd and long now for Pittsburgh. 9:20 mark of the second.
3rd and 10, trying to convert on 3rd down for the first time today. Rodgers looking to throw over the middle, caught Calvin Austin, and they're going to mark him right at the first down marker and say first down Pittsburgh. So they'll move the sticks. All right, keep it up, keep going. They're going to look at that. Colts are going to challenge. 1, was it a catch? 2, about the spot. What are they challenging? Challenging the ruling of a first down. So they'll take a timeout and look at it. Have to find an instant of evidence to return in the meantime, and we'll get back to it. So they overturn it. The Colts win the challenge. But if that's the case, then how the hell is it still a first down? Okay, now they say it's 4th and a yard. So the Colts do win the challenge. 4th and 1. Hayward up under center. They'll sneak it, and Aaron Rodgers will say first down. So Philly has a tush push. Pittsburgh has whatever the hell you want to call that. All it is a sneak. You know. I mean, if you can use it to your advantage, by all means. But 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. Whether it was a 1st and 10 on the pass, 1st and 10 on the, sneak, with a challenge in between, it's still 1st and 10. Rodgers will fake the run, and then incomplete 10 for Fryer, moves 2nd and 10. Second and 10 from the 17. And they'll run Jalen Warren. He'll stumble for 4. 3rd down and 6. Third and 7 officially from 13. Rodgers over the middle, caught, first down, 1st and goal at the 2. Calvin Austin on the catch and run. You got to score. You got to punch it in. They should have had 7 earlier off the muff punt. You need to get 7 here. First and goal. DK in motion. They'll fake the run to Warren, roll out on a bootleg near side, pump fake. Rodgers going to tuck it, and down at the 1. All right. And good thing he got up. Yeah. Should I go? Should I throw it? But 2nd and goal at the 1. Yeah, he's going to be feeling that. That's a big hit. Got to punch this in. Let's go. 2nd and goal from the 1. Timeout. Yep. So 2nd and goal at the 1. Coming up, Steelers just called their first timeout. 6:16 to play in the first half. '74 is eligible. That's Spencer Anderson. Second and goal at the 1. Darnell Washington in motion. And they'll run a fade. DK incomplete. Third and goal at the 1. You gotta score a fucking touchdown. Jesus Christ, come on, let's fucking go. Yes, you gotta score. Out of the eye. Johnny Smith in motion. Third and goal from the 1. They'll hand off Jalen Warren. He'll bulldoze. And did the ball come out? They say touchdown. Now we got more pushing and shoving. They say touchdown, though. That's what matters. Touchdown Pittsburgh. Touchdown Steelers. So the ball did come out. I thought so. Luckily, they said touchdown, let alone he was down. Yeah, that's a touchdown. Yep. Just you got to be physical. You know, don't do the fucking opposite of what you should be doing. So they punch it in. They should have a lead right now. They're lucky to be tied, though, you know, because they probably should be getting their ass kicked and blown out like we saw yesterday, except the blue and white was on the losing end. 6:09 to play in a half. Snap, hold, kick good, 7-7. So, and they were able to capitalize off the fumble. Strip sack fumble by TJ Watt. Points off turnovers. You know, that adds up. So they had a reason to go, you know, score because they hopefully know they're not playing that good. Needed a spark, got it, scored off of it. Should have a lead because they should have had points off the muff punt, but they didn't. So that is what it is. Whole new ball game now. 7-7. 6 minutes to play in the half. The thing is, though, the Colts, they have timeouts to go score before halftime. And then guess what? Indy's going to get the ball back to begin the second half. So, yeah, not good for Pittsburgh, even though they did just score. Aaron Rodgers, 8 of 14, 40 yards. They have 7 carries, 17 yards rushing as a team with that rushing touchdown. Calvin Austin, 2 of 20 receiving. Daniel Jones, 10 of 16, 107 yards. Jonathan Taylor, 7 of 18. Pierce, 3 catches, 64 yards. All that was on the opening drive, remember. So, yeah, they should have more points. They don't. It is what it is. Whole new ball game at 7 apiece, but you can't give up a couple touchdowns back to back. If you give up anything, you got to force field goals to still be in a one-possession game. Because that's what I just said. Indy's going to get the ball back now with time and timeouts, plus 2-minute warning. So 6 minutes and 4 timeouts, basically, with a chance to, you know, score. And then they're also going to get the ball back to begin the third quarter. So it's 7-7. Take a while we can get it, but it might be another deficit here before too long if, you know, the defense doesn't make a stop, make a play. That's what it's coming down to. They got to make stops, like we've said at the start. Like, this defense just got to ball out because they haven't. Offense, you know, did score, but they got to keep scoring themselves. You know, they just can't score and then have the defense allow a touchdown, or the next offensive drive not do anything. So, yeah, just normally in the balance, it's, you know, you want to be, you know, split in the run and the pass game. You want to be balanced, and with what I was just saying, though, and level-headed, stay where you're at. Obviously, let them play another down, but yeah, man, just Come on, defense. From the 25, 1st and 10. Daniel Jones will hand off. And Jonathan Taylor gets tackled by Cam Hayward, who they were just talking about. With the Hayward House Foundation. Obviously, he's a Walter Payton Man of the Year. But yeah, they show off the graphic with most games played in Steelers history. Roethlisberger has it with 249. Cam Hayward with 219, but he's one off of tying Mike Webster for most games second all time in Steeler history. And they were just talking, yeah. As I said earlier, it's alumni weekend. You know, they're celebrating. Picked off. Peyton Wilson on the return, 2015 down to the 14. All right, let's go. They've woken up. They've come to play now. Another turnover. You got to score off of it. Can't state that enough, all right? You got to score. You got to score. But yeah, as I was saying earlier, alumni weekend, they're celebrating 50 years of Super Bowl 10, 20 years of Super Bowl 40. Defense, thank you. So muff punt should have had points on nothing. But you can make up for it now. Get the interception, you got to score, especially the short field. You know, and back to what I was just saying too of, you know, they have time and timeouts to score before halftime and then also getting the ball back to begin the second half. Now you have a chance to really get control of this game and have all the momentum in the world on your side. So the Colts, yeah, turnovers are killing them, even though they should be killing Pittsburgh. The way the Steelers are playing. Pittsburgh in it because of their mistakes. And we're tied at 7. Hoping Pittsburgh has a lead here in another minute or two. Or at least going into halftime. Because then, if they can, 3 turnovers in the first, 25 minutes of the game. You have 7 points off of the first 2, should be at least 10, if not more, but it's 7. I'm kicking a field goal here if it comes down to it. It leads the lead. But 2nd and 8, you still got to score touchdowns. Rodgers over the middle, Freiermuth. Touchdown Steelers. There we go. And here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Wave those towels. And from T.J. Watt to Peyton Wilson, and now 13 make it 14 points off of them. Hell yeah. That's a touchdown. Just ask Jesse James. That's a catch, and that's a touchdown. So Boswell on for the extra point. And just like that, Pittsburgh's up by 1 score. Kick's good, 14-7, 4:22 to go in the half. So they've scored 14 points in, a little less than 2 minutes. And a new world champion last night. And the fire's burning in Pittsburgh. 14-7 Steelers. Aaron Rodgers with the passing touchdown to Pat Freiermuth. 9 of 15 for 52 yards in the score. As Freiermuth has 2 catches, 19 yards, and the receiving touchdown. Jalen Warren obviously had the rushing touchdown. But points and points off of turnovers. It's the difference. Should be more. Should be at least 17, 21-7 now, but it's 14-7, so I'll take it. A lead's a lead. So, a couple minutes to go here. Indy still has time and timeouts to do with what I was just saying, though, too, to score and then score, again, get a 2-for-1 double dip, with getting the ball back to begin the second half. So this defense, though, has been making stops. So keep it up. Keep it up. Just got to keep it up. Got to keep getting after them. Keep stopping the run, and get more turnovers. And then keep scoring off of them and put it to them. You have full control of this game. You had momentum, remember, last week at halftime with a 2-score lead. And they let it slip. You blew it. Don't blow this lead today. Just don't. Because it could come into play with, playoff seeding in the AFC. With both these teams right now atop the AFC North and South, respectively. And the Colts, number 1 seed in the AFC, at 7-1, arguably, one of the best, if not the best team in the NFL for that matter. So, but then, just, so I said 2 of the 3 losses, it's like, all right, I'll live with for now because they're in the NFC. They might come back to bite them in the ass later, but Bengal loss, on a game-winning field goal in a game they should have won as well. They'll have a chance to make up for that, because they play them twice because they're in the AFC North. So as long as they split Cincy, and then we'll see, because they already beat Cleveland, how the other game goes when they still got to play Baltimore twice. So Pittsburgh with 14 points off of a couple turnovers here in the past couple minutes. Should have more points off of turnovers, but they don't. But you can tell this crowd's fired up now. I mean, they're even making a big hit there on special teams to keep this thing going. Got it. Like I said, keep it up. Just keep getting after them. But yeah, Indy with, time, 4 minutes and 17 seconds, 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning. Back to what I just said. They still have the chance to go do all that and score again. And Pittsburgh's still in a hole, mid-third quarter. So 2nd and 3 as that pass was complete to Tyler Warren. And deep ball incomplete. Be 3rd and 3. But even better, if Pittsburgh can get a stop, get the ball back with time and timeouts themselves, to score again before halftime potentially. Big 3rd and 3 here. Come on, defense. Maybe another turnover. Almost picked. Highsmith. Got a hand on it. It's incomplete. 4th down. Indy's going to have to punt. So this defense has really shown up now past 3 drives. They knew it was, getting bad and enough was enough. So they'll force the punt. Just don't give them another fake. Yeah, because remember that. But anyways, Indy's going to punt here. So Pittsburgh can get the ball back with 3 minutes and change. 2 timeouts, 2-minute warning with a 7-point lead. Looking to score again before halftime. Hell yeah, I'll take it. Yeah. From the 10 on the punt return. And he gets to the 18 after all that. So they'll have 3:19 with a 1st and 10 and a 7-point lead with 2 timeouts and a 2-minute warning to look to extend their lead before halftime. We'll get back to it. Get the run game going. Run the goddamn ball now, Jalen Warren. Kenneth Gainwell, Caleb Johnson. Keep getting the ball to DK, obviously Freiermuth. Jonnu Smith, somebody, though, that they went to, a couple times early, but they haven't gone to since. Yeah, maybe get him involved here on this drive. So 1st and 10, Pittsburgh from the 18. They'll run the ball up the middle. Jalen Warren for 9 yards. There you go. So I said, run the ball now. They'll run it again on 2nd and 2 and get the 1st down, so move the sticks. So 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. Ball at 28. Are they going to snap before the 2-minute warning? No. So hit the 2-minute mark with 1st and 10. And, getting balls off field goal range. Go score a touchdown, but if you got to settle for 3, I'm taking, 3 points going into halftime. But then it's very similar to, last week. You're up 2 scores at 9, 16-7. You could potentially be up 1 score at 7, 14-7 at halftime, but then, you kick a field goal. 2 scores, but 10 points, 17-7. As I said, just don't blow it. But They got 2 and a warning here with the 1st and 10, 28-yard line, 2 timeouts. Get the hell out of bounds if you need to, but go kick a field goal, go score a touchdown here before halftime. And then we'll go from there, see what happens. Obviously, Indy's still going to get the ball back to begin the second half. First and 10 from the 28 with 2 minutes to play. Got 2 timeouts. Rodgers in the gun. Pass complete. Kenneth Gainwell. He'll get a first down far side. Out past the 40 to around the 44. Yeah, they'll wind the clock, but Pittsburgh still got 2 timeouts here. Yeah, exactly. Points, points, points. So from the 44, first and 10. Rodgers going deep near side. Calvin Austin incomplete. So 2nd and 10, pass complete. Freiermuth out past midfield as he gets out of bounds, so the clock's going to stop. 1:11 at the 3rd and 3. 3rd and 2, actually. Yeah, thanks, Ian Eagle. I already mentioned that earlier. 3rd and 2. Third and long, too. It's more like 3rd and 3, as I thought. About the 49-yard line. And they'll run a draw up the middle, get the first down. All right. You still got 2 timeouts here and 1:06 and counting. And now some pushing and shoving. And now on the Colts sideline, flags come flying. We'll see a replay about that. It's still going to be first down, Pittsburgh, because all that is going to be after the play. It's just going to be where the hell is the ball going to be spotted at now if it's against, whoever. See a replay. Yeah, they ran a draw, got the first down. And then blocking, it was DK Metcalf and a Colt defender, top of your screen. And then some help showed up and more pushing and shoving, and refs threw the flags. They're, talking about it. So we'll see what they say. Personal foul, unnecessary roughness on the defense. 15 yards, automatic first down. So first down Pittsburgh, and then tack 15 on top of it. Ball going to be 30-yard line, give or take. 30, 32-yard line. So they're in field goal range with 57 seconds. Still 2 timeouts. And looking to extend their 7-point lead before halftime. Yeah, ball 31-yard line. First and 10, Pittsburgh. And fake the run. Ball batted down, though, at the line of scrimmage on the pass. Intended for Jonnu Smith, so it's incomplete. 2nd and 10, 55 seconds. Yeah, penalties and, turnovers is what's killing Indy. But penalties aren't helping either. But Pittsburgh's got to take advantage of it. Use it against them. So 2nd and 10 here, Pittsburgh. Ball, 31-yard line. I'm kicking it if it comes down to it. Because it's a 10-point lead. 2 scores. But you'd love another touchdown. Pass finally caught by Jonnu Smith on his 4th target. He finally makes the catch. And clock still ticking, 35 seconds. Got a 3rd down here coming up. About an 8-second differential between the game clock and play clock. And Pittsburgh will snap it. Rodgers, near side, complete. Jonnu Smith again. First down at the 12, but there's another penalty on the play. So 15 seconds now, and you got a new set of downs. Holding on the defense, decline it. Decline it, yes. First down, Pittsburgh. So they got a 1st and 10 at the 12. 15 seconds with 2 timeouts. You definitely got to score a touchdown here. I'd still settle for 3 if it comes down to it, but you got to score a touchdown. From the 12, 1st and 10. Let's punch this in. Just don't turn it over. Rodgers over the middle, pump fake's going to step up. All right, he gets sacked. Timeout, 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 timeout. Timeout with 10 seconds. You'll still have 1 timeout. 2nd and long with those 10 seconds. Maybe 2 plays before you have to settle, to kick it. I get it 2nd down, so it would still get you to 4th down if you do get 2 plays off anyway. But, 10 seconds, and the average, length of a play is about 7 seconds. You might get 2 plays off if you're lucky, might. You might just have to settle for 3 rather than, scoring a touchdown here. Yeah, you got a timeout in 10 seconds. You're going to run a play here from the 17, but 2nd and 15 from the 17-2-yard line, let alone a touchdown. You know, as the sun comes out, and that's a false start. You should probably just fucking kick it now, to be honest with you. I mean, but 2nd and 20 at the 22, you still need the 2-yard line. Yeah, so it's your just looking to score on this play, but just hoping not to turn it over either. Probably should just fucking kick it. But you also want to get a couple yards in the middle of the open field there, if you can, to make this field goal a little shorter. Calvin Austin. All right, and then he gets out of bounds with 3 seconds. And now some more pushing and shoving. So, I mean, they don't score, but they get closer for a field goal. It was 2nd and 20 from the 22. And, yeah, just a simple slant. He cut back near side, got inside the 10 before getting pushed out around the 7. So, what, a 24-yard field goal here? Yeah, 25-yarder from the right hash. Kick is good. So Pittsburgh will have, for the 2nd consecutive week, a 2-score from 16-7, now 17-7 lead here at home as we go to halftime. Mike Tomlin interviews. Who he's got to say? Well, they woke up. Yeah, the fake punt killed them. But then they, woke up. Turnovers, points off of turnovers. Indy's mistakes for, Pittsburgh's positive is the story right now. That's the difference. Pittsburgh won the coin toss, received. They go 3-and-out. Indy then goes the distance off the punt. They score a touchdown, go up 7-0. They haven't scored since. And that was on a Daniel Jones quarterback sneak for a touchdown. On a drive they had went for it a few times on 4th down, including that sneak on 4th and goal, I might add. So 7-0, and then it really started getting sideways for Pittsburgh because they probably should have been down more than 7. Make it 10, 14, 15. I don't know about 20 points, but potentially. It was going to get to that point if they didn't start, making plays. Because then, Pittsburgh had to punt again. They get the muffed punt. They can't score off of it. So, and even with a short field, they had no points to show for it. They didn't kick it. As they did there, obviously, before halftime. You still take your points, because you don't know you're going to need late. But as they've said, and I've said too, you got to quit settling for 3 all the goddamn time. You got to score touchdowns. So they went for it and didn't get it. Couldn't capitalize off the muff punt. And then Indy, as the Steelers defense finally got off the field, made a stop. The Colts ran a fake punt from their own 25-yard line. And it's like they're doing whatever the hell they want because the Steelers are letting them do whatever the hell they want. And then from there, you get the strip sack fumble. You score off of it. You tie it up at 7. You get the interception. You score off of that as well. So you're up 14-7 then. Should have been more. Back to the muffed punt. They didn't get points off of that. But then the Colts, as many penalties they have were called against them. Shoot themselves in the foot there. They had the 3 turnovers to, 14 points. Really, the first one doesn't, matter right now, even though still more points are left off the board, for the Steelers. So 14-7. Like I said, you score off the muffed, or you don't score off the muffed punt, but you score off the strip sack fumble and the interception. You have a lead. Defense playing lights out then, and you get another stop before halftime. It's like, all right, go get some more points here before halftime with a 2-minute warning. And the timeouts they had. Well, they couldn't end up scoring a touchdown. So they settled for 3, kicked 25-yard field goal going into halftime, and they have a 10-point, 17-7 lead, the Steelers do, at the half. So CBS NFL Today will have a halftime report. I'll update some stats and scores here in a minute as well. Just once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe to social media. Links in the description below. But it's the same thing as was last week. A 2-score, there's 1 point different. 16-7 against the Packers. You're up 17-7 today against the Colts. Just don't blow it, because last week you did. You have a 2-score lead at halftime. Yeah, they're going to get the ball back to begin the second half. But your defense now has finally woken up, finally been making plays. You're getting turnovers. You're making them pay. You're scoring off those turnovers. You should have more points off those turnovers once again because of the muffed punt. But they're able to, I guess if you want to say they made up for it with a field goal before halftime, then okay. But that's not how it went. But a 2-score lead, still 2-score lead. Whether that's 9-10, anywhere, north of that before it gets 3 scores, at 17. But just don't blow this game. Do not blow the lead. Do not blow this game. You have them right where you want them at. You're stopping the run. You got a decent run game going yourself. Not much. But then Rodgers is, only been sacked once. Other than last week, they've done a pretty damn good job protecting him. And, they're just making Indy pay because of the penalties and turnovers. So keep, pissing them off. Make them frustrated. Make it their problem, not yours. Let Rodgers do his thing. They got to run this screen game, I think, a little bit more. With Warren and Gainwell, because they both can get them solid yards, if it works out and is executed right. Freiermuth has a touchdown. Well, keep getting him the ball. And then the other tight ends as well. They've targeted Jonnu Smith a lot this first half. He only has 1 catch, though. So, remember, the first play of the game, he was the intended target. He dropped it incomplete. They've gone to him a couple other times, just nothing. And then he had that catch right before halftime. So, but you have a lead. Run the goddamn ball. Work clock. They've been working this jumbo package with an extra lineman. Run Jaylen Warren. Let him bulldoze his way, all around. But don't be thinking the 17 points you have is enough. Because you thought last week 16 was enough, and it sure as hell wasn't. So, like I said, just don't blow it. This defense, got to keep making stops. But, just keep putting it to them. Keep scoring as much as you can. Really run the ball, work clock, hold the lead, don't blow it. Get more stops on defense. And the turnovers, well, you've already gotten 3. Get a couple more. And then if you can score off of those, even better. Because then when it's all said and done, it's just going to be one of those games. The main and only reason why, you're going to have all your points and why you won by, hypothetically, if you do win by as much as, they win by today, potentially, is because of turnovers and points off of turnovers. But it ain't over just yet. They played half of football last week and really only half of football last week. It took them some time to wake up today. But they finally got their head out of their ass and Just don't blow it. You have a lead, run the ball, work clock, and if you got to kick it, take your points. I get, with what they've said, can't settle for they're going to score touchdowns. And myself as well, contradicting myself with, like I said, kick it, but then also go for it, score touchdowns. It just depends on the situation. But you have a lead. Do what you got to do to find a way to win this game. Just don't do anything stupid. Don't start turning the ball over yourself. That's another thing. So, yeah, just don't blow this game. Don't blow the lead. Because, as mentioned as well, game like this, very well, I get both teams are in the lead in their respective divisions right now, the top, the north, and the south, but could be a playoff position, battle a couple months from now. So, we'll see what happens. But yeah, just Indy's going to get the ball back here to begin the third quarter. Don't blow this lead. So 17-7 your score at halftime, and we'll see here what happens in the final 30, but they got to play a full 60 today and snap this 2-game losing streak. You can't afford to lose 3 in a row with what's coming up. Because, like I said, the schedule ain't getting any easier. You're playing every week from, here on out because you already had your bye week. Because remember, this time last year was the bye week. They were off over Halloween into November. But, yeah, just... Oh, mama, late third, early fourth quarter sometime as well. Maybe Renegade will finally strike. Just keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing and find a way to win this game. So I'll leave it at that. There's not really much else to be said. So Aaron Rodgers, 14 of 22, 108 yards and a touchdown. Neither team has a running game. 11 for 30 for the Colts and 11 of 32 for the Steelers. Both have a rushing touchdown. Pittsburgh has a passing touchdown and the field goal. Obviously, that's the difference, but it's the turnovers. Jalen Warren, 7 of 19 in the score. Gainwell, 2 of 8. Hayward has a sneak for 4 yards. Calvin Austin, 3 catches, 34 yards. Pat Fryermuth, 2 of 27 and a touchdown. Jonnu Smith has 3 catches, 25 yards. Kenneth Gainwell out of the backfield, 2 of 16. DK Metcalf only has 2 catches, 6 yards. Got to get him going, but then if not, well, somebody else is going to be open, so get them the ball. Peyton Wilson, 8 total tackles, has an interception as well, as they have 2 tackles for loss, and TJ Watt has a strip sack fumble, and they've scored off both those turnovers. They just didn't score off the muff punt. But nice if they would have, but they didn't. And then Boswell, 5 points with 2 of 2 on his extra points, and then a 25-yard made field goal to end the half. But then the Colts are going to get the ball back here to begin the second half. Daniel Jones is 11 of 20, 114 yards, has the interception. Jonathan Taylor, 8 of 23 on the ground. Alec Pierce, 3 catches, 64 yards. But remember, all 3 of those catches, 64 yards, all on the opening drive. So they've walked him down. Michael Pittman, 1 for 15. Josh Downs, 2 of 15. Tyler Warren, 3 catches, 11 yards. Overall total team stats. Colts have 10 first downs. Steelers with 11. Indy's 3 of 7 on third down. 3 of 3 on fourth down in the first half. Pittsburgh, 50% of 4 of 8 on third down, 1 of 2 on fourth. 128 yards for the Steelers, 138 yards for the Colts. 6 penalties, 438 for the Colts, and 2 of 16 against the Steelers. Indy's controlling the clock by 20 seconds, 15-12 to 14-48. But the 3 turnovers are the difference. 3 turnovers for 14 Steeler points, and the Pittsburgh Steelers lead by 10. So do the math. There you go. So Indy's going to get the ball back here to begin the second half, and Steeler defense going to have to make a stop. Just once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe to social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button, share, chat questions and comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always great appreciated as well. As this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. Go check them out and hit the hype button if available. Along with, as I would normally say, scan the QR code, but click the first top link in the description below. It's as good as the QR code. So Pittsburgh will kick off, and Indy will get the ball. Very long first half. It's almost 3 o'clock. Normally, by now we'd be probably a good couple of minutes into the third quarter. Because the average half of an NFL game is like an hour, 20, maybe an hour 30. So it's almost 2 hours from kickoff to kickoff in the second half. And the Colts will return the kick from the goal line. And a return to the 25-yard line. They'll have first and 10 from there. Coming up, we will take a look around the NFL, update some scores from the other 7 games on here at 1 o'clock, 8 total, including this Colts-Steeler game. And go from there. So, yeah. First and 10, Indy from the 26. And Daniel Jones pass complete. Alec Pierce tackled by Darius Slay. So Jonathan Taylor on the run for about a yard, be 3rd and short. Third and 1, they'll run it again, and the Steeler defense stuffs Jonathan Taylor. 4th down, and they're going to have to punt to begin the second half. So now Pittsburgh, unless they run another fake punt, they're going to get the ball back. Well, go for it. But you run the ball, you work clock with a lead. Indy's going to go for it. From the 35-yard line on 4th and a yard to begin the third quarter. You're going to try to draw them off. Play clock at 10. Yeah, they're going to try to draw them off. They'll sneak it, and I don't know. They say first down, all right. So another 4th down conversion by the Colts. 4-4 on the day. Daniel Jones goes down on the sack. Alex Highsmith at the 25-yard line. So it'll be 2nd and a mile. Yeah, Pittsburgh just 4 on the pressure. Indy up front on the line really didn't block them. Daniel Jones being chased, and then he gets pushed out. He might have got back to the line of scrimmage, but I don't think so. He's still going to be 3rd and long. And it's 3rd down. And officially get the yardage here for you in a minute. 20, 3rd and 20. Third and 20 at the 27. And Daniel Jones pass caught, but he's short. Jalen Ramsey with Patrick Queen on the stop. They're definitely not going for it on this 4th down. They're going to have to punt. So Pittsburgh can get the ball back with 10 minutes and change to play in this 3rd quarter with a 10-point lead, 17-7. You run the ball, you work clock, you score, and you put the pressure on Indy. Pittsburgh will return the punt from the 5 to around the 20. So we'll take a break and get back to it, but 1st and 10 Steelers with a 17-7 lead when we come back. Right now in the NFL, Bengals are up 20-17 on the Bears, excuse me. Vikings 17-14 at the Lions. Texans 12-7 leading Denver. Panthers 7-6 at Green Bay against the Packers. New England 21-14 lead at home in a Super Bowl rematch against the Falcons. 49ers 20-7 at the Giants. And then the Chargers up 20-17 at the Tennessee Titans. Pittsburgh up 17-7 obviously here early 3rd quarter. And Pittsburgh will be at the Chargers next Sunday night. But still to come today in the NFL at 4 o'clock, we'll have the Jaguars and Raiders, the Saints and Rams, and then the Chiefs and Bills. Sunday Night Football is Seahawks and the Washington Redskins football team Commanders. Monday Night Football, Cardinals, Cowboys. But Week 9 began on Thursday Night Football with the Ravens beating the Dolphins 28-6, as the Browns, Jets, Eagles, and Buccaneers are all on bye weeks this week. Next week in the NFL, Week 10, will kick off on Thursday Night Football, as it always does. Raiders, Broncos from Mile High. And then the Colts will be going to Germany to play the Falcons next Sunday morning. Giants at the Bears next Sunday as well. Bills, Dolphins from South Beach. Ravens, Vikings. Browns, Jets. The Tom Brady Bowl with the Patriots and Bucks. Saints, Panthers, Jags, Texans. Cardinals, Seahawks. Along with the Rams of the 49ers. And the Lions in D.C. Landover, Maryland, taking on Washington. Sunday Night Football is Steelers, Chargers. With the Eagles and Packers playing next Monday night. Next week's bye weeks will be the Bengals, Cowboys, Titans, and Chiefs.
Here's where these two teams stand in their divisional matchups. Indianapolis 2-0 division. Like Pittsburgh's 4-3, they still maintain the lead in the AFC North. We know that Baltimore.
But 1st and 10, Pittsburgh here, early 3rd quarter, with with a 17-7 lead. From the 20, 1st and 10, Rodgers will hand off Jalen Warren. And he'll get 3, maybe 4 yards, second down. Papa top, 2nd and 7. Fake the pitch. Rodgers complete. Darnell Washington to the 35-yard line. Get back to the run game. First and 10 from the 35. Rodgers looking to throw again. Complete. Right back to Darnell Washington for 8 yards. So 2nd and 3 from the 42. And Rodgers will hand off. Warren nowhere to go. So 3rd and 3. Eight minutes to play in the third. If you don't get the first down, you punt, you play field position, you still have a 10-point lead. And then you work clock just as they did. So they'll run it. Yeah. 4th down, you got to punt. You got to play field position now. Punt the goddamn ball. You got to play field position. As much as everybody wants you to go for it, you can't. You up 10, ball inside your own territory. You got to punt and play field position. And they will. Here comes Corliss Waitman. But maybe they run a fake of their own for all we know. Nope, they'll kick it away. But remember, the Colts already muffed the punt. And they fair catch it to the 19. So Colt ball from there, 7:03 to play in the third, 17-7, still your score.
Steelers they don't much meat is enough meat. It only takes a minute to make a plan. Take a minute, make a plan. Never drive impaired.
We know tradition. It's what inspires us to make Tostitos the tradition. Starting with HopeKThrifts for our months now. Crafted for that perfect crunch in every bite. With no artificial flavors, colors, or preservatives. Tostitos. Tradition matters. Here's to the stuff that never stopped. To the flavor that found its way into every day. From just one spot. America's #1 spot. This isn't just a meal. It's a problem. Wingstop's.
Now it's time for Bold Moves, presented by Wingstop. Big plays today from the Pittsburgh defense. TJ Watt knocking the ball free, recovering it. Strip sack, and then each of those plays led to a pair of touchdowns for the Steelers, including that one on a first down flyer move. The Steelers in front of the Colts. Here in the third. The Colts scored a touchdown their very first drive of the game, and then their next 5 drives were left with a fumble, interception, or punt. Looking forward to getting something going here on this.
1st and 10, Indy from the 20. 17-7 your score. Steelers lead. Defense needs to continue to make stops. Get another turnover or two would be nice. Score off of it again. But, Indy went 3 and out. Well, they went for it on the 4th down and got it. But drive stalled to begin the second half. And then Pittsburgh, they were able to move the ball a little bit as well, but then stalled out too, and they had to punt. So you just had time come off the clock. And with a lead, you want that to happen. So the thing is, Pittsburgh still has the lead, even with, both drives for both teams to begin the third quarter not, going anywhere. So they'll run Jonathan Taylor. JT gets the first down. But, defense just got to continue to make stops. Just hold the lead, don't blow it, and then run the ball and work clock. First and 10, handoff again. And Jonathan Taylor gets to the 40 on a pick of a 7. So second and short. Make it 8, second and 2. This is the longest run of the game so far, they said. It shows you how, the Steelers defense has been able to stop them today, unlike other teams so far this year. Because he came into Week 9 leading the NFL in rushing touchdowns and total touchdowns. And they've shut him down for the most part. Handoff again. TJ Watt with somebody else. I didn't get a number on that. But they make the stop, 3rd and 3. Oh, it's Kyle Duggar, who they just traded for with New England. From the 40, 3rd and 3. Tyler Warren in motion. Daniel Jones down the middle. It's incomplete. 4th down, and Indy's going to have to punt. They can't go for it on 4th and 3. Down 10. 4 minutes and 28 seconds to go in the third. I get their 4-4 on 4th down, though, today already. But I'll be damned, they're actually going to line up to go for this again. Maybe try to draw them off sides, but maybe actually go for it again. Yeah, they're 4-4 on 4th down today. And they do have the highest conversion rate in the NFL as well. So it's no surprise, but Pittsburgh going to make them think about it and call a timeout. So we'll see if they still end up going for it after this timeout or not.
coming into today on fourth down, best in the NFL.
4th and 3. Come on, defense. Get another stop. And Daniel Jones wide open. Pittman to the 45, first down Indy. When was the last team who was 5 of 5 on 4th down in a single game in the NFL? Let me know. From the 44, they'll toss Jonathan Taylor. He'll cut back and be just short of a first down. From the 35, 2nd and a yard. And it's batted down and picked off again. Jack Sawyer, the Ohio State Buckeye, they just beat Penn State yesterday, gets his first ever NFL interception. Yeah, they blitzed. It was batted down, but it just hung around. The ball just stayed in the air. Peyton Wilson had the interception earlier. He bats this down, and then Jack Sawyer right there to pick it off. And Steelers ball, 1st and 10, still the 10-point 17-7 lead. And as we near the end of the 3rd quarter now, keep running the football, keep working clock, keep scoring points, find a way to win this game. Don't blow it. But, yeah, 4 turnovers now by the Colts. Pittsburgh didn't score off the muff punt. Wish they would have. If you want to say the 3 points before halftime makes up for it, then okay. But it didn't technically work out that way. But, okay, I get it. And then they have 14 points off the other 2 turnovers. Here's the other, and they're going to try to score off it again. I believe that was Jack Sawyer, if I'm not mistaken, right? It was 33. Rewind that for a minute. There's a replay. Yeah, 2nd and 1 from the 35. They faked the give. Peyton Wilson batted it down, and yeah, Jack Sawyer off the edge. Yeah, just able to make the catch. Landed right in his mitt. So Steeler ball, 1st and 10. Got to score off it. Colts had 4 turnovers all season. They have 4 today. From the 44, 1st and 10. They'll toss. Caleb Johnson, the rookie out of Iowa, getting some touches now. Just don't, fuck up a kickoff return. So 2nd and 6. Rodgers all day to throw. Darnell Washington again. To the Colt 41, 1st and 10. It's a Pittsburgh Steeler. 1st down. Big hit. But he was able to make the catch and then got the 1st down, so. Under 2 to play in the 3rd. Keep it up. From the 41. They'll fake the toss. Rodgers dumps it off on a screen then to Caleb Johnson. Lowers the shoulder. He gets 9 yards. 2nd and short. Line that clock. Tick, 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 tick. Oh, he had Metcalf wide open. Second and yard. Maybe they go back to that. We'll see. Austin in motion. He makes the catch and gets the 1st down and then some down the far sideline inside the 20, 15 before he's pushed out of bounds. Keep it up. Another Pittsburgh Steeler. 1st down. Run the ball. Run the ball. Rodgers loving it. They needed a 1. It was a 1-yard completion and a bunch of yak yards. From the 14, 1st and 10. Rodgers looking to throw again over the middle on the slant. Darnell Washington. Inside the 5, down to the 2, and they got 1st and goal. And they don't have to snap if they don't want to. So that'll do it for the 3rd quarter. 17-7 as it was at halftime. Steelers still lead, but they're about to punch this in and tack on to their lead. So with 15 minutes to go, Hangman's come for Daniel Jones and company. Jonathan Taylor as well, very, very soon. But in the meantime, Pittsburgh are going to hope to score to begin the 4th quarter. 17-7 to make it, I'd kick it if it seriously came down to it, because then it's 20-7. Still 2 scores, I get it, but then they would need 2 touchdowns. Just not a touchdown, a field goal to tie, if, say, you'd miss the field goal. But they would still need 2 touchdowns anyway to take the lead. So, no, you're looking to score a touchdown, especially 1st and goal, inside the 5, 2 to begin the 4th quarter. So you got 4 shots, 4 plays to punch it in. So hopefully they can. They're making Indy pay. They're scoring off of all the turnovers. And that's exactly what you want to do. Just not a little bit of the time, all the time, and they have, other than the muff punt. If only they'd have that, they'd obviously have more points on the board than they do right now. But I guess what I said, though, if you want to count technically, I get it didn't happen this way, but the field goal right before halftime, as points off of that muff punt, then okay, I get it. Because it still equals out. For 3 turnovers, they have 17 points. That's 3 scores. And then now this is the 4th turnover trying to score off of it again. I get, like I said, it's not how it worked out, but You got to score off this second interception. You got goal to go at the 1 or 2. 4 plays, should be 4 attempts to score a touchdown. Because then if you don't get it, they got to go the distance. And then you're going to hope to get another touchdown or another turnover, and hope to score off of that again, whether that be a touchdown or a field goal, then okay. But then even so, time just ain't on the Colts side, and you still have a 10-point lead in the meantime. You know what I mean? So fourth quarter about to begin. Steelers lead 17-7 over the visiting Indianapolis Colts. So they were going towards the river. Now they're going towards the hills. First and goal at the 2. Rodgers up under center. They'll motion Darnell Washington, who's had a couple of big catches. They hand off Jalen Warren. But no, he gets stuffed. No gain. Second and goal. Second and goal from the 2. Got to punch it down. Let's go. 319. So they toss to Warren. He walks in. Touchdown Steelers. So they score once again off of a turnover. 23-7. Extra point to come. Here we go. Wave those towels. Yeah, it starts up front. You got to be able to block to run the football. Jalen Warren with his second rushing touchdown of the game. Scoring off another turnover, as mentioned, and just time ain't on the Colts side. Extra point, good. 24-7. 14-16 to play. So screen might be fading to black here in a minute. And we might be waving those towels when we come back. Flag on the play in the meantime. Personal foul, unnecessary roughness on the defense. Extra point is good, so they'll have that 15-yard enforced on the kick. And then obviously the new kickoff rule, and they try to squib it at this rate. You know, I get you got to get it inside the 20, but you know, unless it's automatically coming out to the 40. But yeah, you just might sky it on the kickoff. But extra points good, 24-7, and defense getting back out there. So get another stop, get another turnover.
Well, make sure it deals all season long on variance. They're now.
Small play here. You gotta go for two. Go for two. Yeah, unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases with the Active Cash credit card from Wells Fargo. Score unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases. Terms apply. CBS Friday. Let's go. Make it a with CBS's new hit show. It's all new CBS Friday, 10/9 Central.
And oh, mama. Yep, play Renegade with a 24-7 lead, and Colts getting the ball back. So Jig's up, Hangman's out, coming for Daniel Jones, Jonathan Taylor. Get another stop, get another turnover. So they'll kick off from midfield, and Boswell just fucking kicks it deep. But he kicks it out of bounds. Oh, God. So the personal foul didn't matter because they still get out of bounds, and then it's going to be spotted at the 25-yard line. But that's what I was saying a little bit ago. Maybe they just try to sky it, like coffin corner it, rather than squib it, because you still got to get it inside the 20 unless it's automatically coming out, like I said, I think to the 40. I think we're all still trying to figure out this new kickoff rule. Because there's been kickoff returns, but then it's the rolling on, down goes Daniel Jones on the sack in the meantime. Keanu Benton. But on this kickoff or on this kickoff or on this kickoff, what happens, and then where does the ball come out? Because it's all different. It's not just what it used to be of 20, 25-yard line. You know, it's a lot of different stuff to it now. But he kicked it out of bounds, and then so 1st and 10 at the 25, but now 2nd and 16 at the 18 after the sack. And Renegade hoping to strike again. They already have 4 turnovers. Dump off there to the 24, so it'll be 3rd and 11. Third and 11. Warren in motion. Daniel Jones down the middle. Caught, first down. Of course, they get him, into 2nd and long after a sack. 3rd and 11 then, and then they give him a big play on 3rd down and a first down coming up. They can't get off the field. God damn. And Darius Slay now injured once again. Let's see what happened. He just friendly fire ran into by a teammate. So slow to get up. He'll be all right. And Jones almost sacked again over the middle. Joey Porter Jr. on the coverage, but Michael Pittman makes the catch. It'll be 1st and 10 Indy again at the 45-yard line. Jones drops back. And high, incomplete, intended for Tyler Warren. They're going to get a penalty, though. It'll be PI, Penn State on Penn State. Joey Porter on Tyler Warren.
There's going to be a hold on the back end. Might have grabbed himself a handful of jersey. As you watch Tyler Warren come across, and
Yep.
he's just got that outside shoulder pad, not letting him turn.
They might say even offensive pass interference. He pushed off a little bit. I wouldn't have been saying that a year ago. They say pass interference on the defense. Spot foul, first down.
I mean, officials work on their game too, JJ. I would imagine if you're going out there and being official, it's got to be a good feeling just to jump that flag. It's got some good weight in the base of it. You can really get a good heave.
You think in the offseason they talk through Remember, they denied. Jim,
First and 10 from the 34. Jones gets hit, fumbles it late, but Indy will recover. Almost another turnover.
There was a pocket here. Daniel Jones just slips himself out of it. And let's see, was he on top of somebody when that ball came out? He was. That was a free ball. Quick thinking by Tyler Warren to jump on it.
So 2nd and 9 from the 33. And slant over the middle, caught. But James Pierre saying no, he dropped it. See a replay. That's incomplete. Yep, ball came out. Ball hit the ground. That's Tomlin going to challenge that? Yep. That's incomplete.
It happened right in front of Mike Tomlin. You saw the reaction from the stadium.
Yeah, that's clearly incomplete. The ball hit the ground. Okay, so expedited review, no challenge by Pittsburgh. So they'll keep those in the timeouts. They clearly realize it was incomplete and overturn it. It's incomplete. It'll be 3rd and 9 rather than 3rd and short. Come on, defense. Almost got a turnover there. Had a couple sacks earlier and then gave up a couple big plays. Let's make a stop. Game clock to 10:54. So they had 15 seconds back. They did reset the play clock, yep. Daniel Jones gets hit as he throws. It's incomplete. 4th down. And I mean, if I'm Indy, you got to kick it to make it a 2-score, 14-point game if you make the field goal, rather than go for it on 4th and 9. I get they've gone for it on 4th down and converted every time is 4-4, 5-5, whatever it is. You know, they punted a couple of times, but they got to kick this field goal. And Jonathan Taylor scored a tackle, Daniel Jones on that play. Yeah, they're going to kick the field goal here, as they should. 52-yard field goal, though. Kicks up. Kick is good. So it does make it a 2-score game at 14. 24-10 with 10:45 to go. Pittsburgh will get the ball back when we return. They're going to have to run the ball and work clock. And if you don't get anything, all right, you still have a 2-score lead. And, you know, hope to get another defense stop. You just can't give 2 touchdowns to tie it, you know. But if you can run the ball, work clock, score, even better. You know, kick another field goal. Go be back up 17 at 27-10. You score another touchdown, 31-10. 3-score game at, 21, ball game with that rate because time ain't going to be on the Colts side. So run the ball, work clock, and should be all right. And then we'll update some, stats from this game once we go final.
suicidal thoughts right away. Antidepressants may increase these risks. Or fever, confusion, stiff muscles, which may be life-threatening. Or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol and weight gain may occur. Risk of high blood sugar, which may be fatal. Common side effects are sleepiness, dizziness, nausea, and dry mouth. These aren't all the side effects.
Ask your doctor how K-Clinic can help you. Live in the light.
CBS is sponsored by Verizon, the best 5G network. There's only one best. Intracellular therapies. And Burger King. At BK, living you.
Look at the National Aviary, opened in 1952, largest indoor aviary in the United States. Anything to do with a bird that just had me to CBS. Stay tuned. NFL Today update later on this.
I wonder why, Ian Eagle. Steelers on the kickoff return to the 30. From the 29, 1st and 10. Out of the eye, they'll hand off. Rodgers complete on a screen to Jalen Warren. 2nd and 12.
Just an update on the offensive line for the Steelers. Isaac Seumalo currently on the bench without his helmet. Remember, he was dealing with that pec injury during the week. No injury designation as of yet, so some shuffling across that line.
Yeah, he was a question mark. And there's Spencer Anderson, who is slated to start if Seumalo couldn't go. So Anderson's in there right now. That big XL formation has been so effective for Pittsburgh this season. My colleague told me last night, just give us
2nd and 12 from the 27. They'll hand off Warren, and he gets stuffed. So they might be looking at a 3 and out in 30 seconds and have to punt the ball back. Isaac Seumalo out the rest of the game. Rodgers on 3rd and 11 out of the gun. Over the middle, it's caught by Kenneth Gainwell, I believe, is the target. He's going to be short. It'll be 4th and 3-ish. You got to punt. You got to punt. You have a two-score, 14-point lead with under 10 to go. You got to punt and play defense. So the Steelers will punt. Yep, have to. And from the 20 on the punt return, 30, tackle him to the 33. So 8:28 to go. Colts will have a 1st and 10 down 14, 24-10. Defense needs to stop. Find a way to win it. So from the 32-yard line, 1st and 10 here for Indy, down 14, 8.5 to play. Daniel Jones, pass complete, Tyler Warren. 41-yard line, he's a yard short. As Derek Harmon wraps him up. From the 41, 2nd and 1. Strip sack, ball's on the ground again, and Pittsburgh has it. And Derek Harmon recovers. Another turnover. That's 5 on the afternoon. Alex Highsmith on the strip sack. And then Derek Harmon on the recovery. And hey, go score off of this turnover too while you're at it.
Indianapolis turnovers on the day. This defense came to play.
Colts have more turnovers today than they've given up all season. And yeah, Pittsburgh with 21 points off of those turnovers. And they have 24 points on the board. Leading by 14, 24-10. So Steeler ball at the 34-yard line, 1st and 10, 7:58 to go. Pass incomplete, intended for Calvin Austin. Or Roman Wilson, excuse me. I'm getting those two mixed up today for whatever reason.
7:55 to go in the fourth. Turnovers, they come in bunches, and they have just come in all different forms and fashions today for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And the Indianapolis Colts just have looked truly unstoppable all year long. They're fantastic. The schemes, the players, everybody doing an incredible job. And today it just has not been the case for them.
So 2nd and 10. Complete, Kenneth Gainwell. And he'll get a 1st down on the screen. A lot of just making it work. I mean, a couple spins in there, and he probably should have been tackled right there, but good block, and then a couple other missed tackles, and then, yeah, he just kept going forward and got the 1st down. Work this clock, tick it, all the way down until you have to snap it. From the 23, 1st and 10. Rodgers rolls out, complete. Hit right away, but Calvin Austin on the reception with 6:59 to go. Colts with a timeout. $7:01 to go now. Take a quick 30-second split screen commercial, get back to it. So 7:01 to go after the timeout. It's 24-10 Steelers trying to capitalize off another turnover. Play clock winding down. And they'll get it off, toss it near side. Kenneth Gainwell going to lose yardage. Be 3rd and long. But, I mean, you kick a field goal, you go up 3 scores at 17. You know?
Whether he heard the quattro call, the single call, or whatever it was, he knew exactly what play was going to be run. And made the most of it. Beautiful play there by Jermaine Pratt. Pratt played for Lamar Williams in Texas, so they were both Pratt became available, then had an issue, and you could plug it in. Third and 15 for the Steelers. 1 timeout remaining for the Colts. Chris Boswell doesn't make nearly as big of a difference, but that was a large chunk of yardage to move a field goal back if the Steelers don't get any yardage on this. Right now it's a 46-yarder, which everybody knows.
From the 28, 3rd and 15. But, yeah, just get some yardage here and kick it. Go up 3 scores at 17 and probably ball game with under 7 to go. Rodgers, quick pass. It's incomplete. Yeah, clock stops too with the incompletion. Yep. You got to kick it. I mean, the pass was there, but he had to throw it earlier than the receiver was intending it because of the pressure. So, Boswell for a 45-yarder. 46-yard field goal. Already made from 25 earlier. Snap, hold, kick, all good. Pittsburgh's now up 27-10 with 6:51 to go. It's a 3-score, 17-point game. And, yeah, might do it. Might honestly do it. We'll see. But they score again off another turnover. Colts with 5 turnovers. Steelers with 24 points off those 5 turnovers. So, you know, when you're going to lead by 17, let alone probably win by that margin, you know, that's the difference. Bears are up 7 on the Bengals, 34-27. Vikings up 7 at Detroit as well, 24-17. 13-6 for the Panthers at the Packers. Broncos and Texans are tied at 15. As are the Falcons with the Patriots at 24. The 49ers 34-17 going to beat the Giants. Falcons actually missed the extra point. It's 24-23. As Pittsburgh kicks off up 27-10. Flag on the play.
Wilstad is talking to the Colts sideline, which means it's against Pittsburgh. It's impossible.
Illegal formation on the Steelers on the kickoff. So Pittsburgh will have to re-kick because of it. And then the Steelers' next opponent, the Chargers, are up 27-20 at the Titans right now. Those are the other games and updated scores here at 1 o'clock, as it's almost 4 o'clock, and the 4 o'clock games to begin soon. But Steelers are going to have to re-kick. So Steelers going to re-kick. And a return to the 24. So there wasn't much of a difference on whether they re-kicked or not. Yeah, this Steeler defense, after the slow start, they locked down. They did. And that's what got the momentum going. And they woke up. And it's a turnover difference, win. Yep. So Indy almost picked off. Daniel Jones' pass is incomplete near side, 2nd and 10. Packers just tied it at 13. So got a 13-13 game with the Panthers and Packers. Got a 15-15 game with the Broncos and Texans. The Niners are going to beat the Giants up 34-17, under 2 to go. Chargers up 27-7, or 27-20, with under 2 to go, and they have the ball. So they'll probably win. Pittsburgh at LA next Sunday night. Like I said, Atlanta had scored but missed the extra point, so it's 24-23 New England. And then 2 different 7-point games with Chicago and Cincinnati, and Minnesota and Detroit, with the visitors both up 34-27 and 24-17. And then here we are, 27-10. 3rd and 3, Daniel Jones pass complete to Tyler Warren. First down, Colts. Yeah, because the time's just going to tick, exactly. Yep, just tick, 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 tick. It's a 3-score game, so. Pass complete, Alec Pierce again. He might actually went over 100 on that. But 1st and 10 from the 46. And over the middle, Pittman. First down, Indy at the 25. Joey Porter on the tackle. Daniel Jones pass incomplete on the field, and also dropped by a security guard on the sideline. Incomplete at 2nd and 10. So from the 25, 2nd and 10. And it's caught, and boom, big hit by Jalen Ramsey. And then they throw the flag. Come on. They're going to say personal foul. Oh, bullshit. They say unnecessary roughness on Jalen Ramsey. That's a football hit. If he can't take that, there's something fucking wrong. There's no helmet to helmet on that either. It's just a fucking shoulder. It's a football hit. It's a big hit. Big whoop. No, in the NFL, Ramsey will get fucking fined for it too. Jones pass incomplete. So Michael Pittman went over 100 on that catch. Alec Pierce is nearing 100 yards. So even when the, 17-point lead right now, Steeler defense, 5 turnovers. They scored off of them. Other than the muffed punt, obviously. They're still going to give up potentially, 100 yards to 2 different wide receivers. But then they stopped Jonathan Taylor. He doesn't even have 50 yards rushing. Jones pass, caught, touchdown. With 4:30 to go, the Colts will score. They got a timeout, 2-minute warning, obviously, but it's still going to be a 2-score game. So 27-16, extra point, good. 27-17 with 4:30 to go. Steelers can get the ball back. Got to run the ball and work clock. I get you're still up 2 scores, but, if they'd get a stop quick and go score and somehow, some way still get the ball back with time and timeouts, which wouldn't be much, they could potentially tie or let alone win the game. You know what I mean? Chargers win in the meantime. So go Chargers, go. Not next week. So Colts will kick off. Well, they're going to kick an onside kick, or are they going to kick it deep?
I just think that there needs to be some way to get that percentage up a little bit more. Not crazy, but just back to the level where it's not a foregone conclusion that you're pretty much out of the game.
Sanchez is out there, which would indicate he's going to try an outside.
Yeah, you see Alec Pierce out there, you see Pittman out there. Definitely have some guys with hands.
Yeah. Colts have their hands, team out. They're going to kick an onside kick, which they have to say they're kicking an onside kick. It's been 9 years since the last Colts successful onside kick. 2016. Probably was McAfee. And then we're in Pittsburgh. And they'll kick the onside kick, and Pittsburgh recovers. It didn't even go 10 yards anyway. It went 9, so it didn't matter. First and 10, Pittsburgh here from the 44 as they recover the onside kick. Up 10, 27-17 with 4 minutes to play. Jalen Warren for 8 yards. Stay in bounds, run the ball, and work clock. Do not snap it until you have to snap it. Work that play clock. Drain it the whole way down to 1. Three, 2, 1. They'll snap it. Pass it. It's complete. Roman Wilson, then he fumbled it. Good God. Come on. Really? You gotta be kidding me. All because you wanted to fucking hurdle him. Come on. No. Yeah, because of the fucking hurdle, they popped it out. What a dumbass. Yeah, what a punch, but come on, you cannot be turning the ball over. So Indy's going to get the ball back with 3:36 to go, a timeout, the 2-minute warning, down 10, 27-17. Hey, at least Pittsburgh, at this rate, scored on, those 5 turnovers, other than a muffed punt. But, come on, you cannot be turning that over. Jesus Christ. It's caught, and then they play a little hook and ladder, and no on the first down. No on the first down. He's short. We'll see the spot, though. But, yeah, it was complete. Michael Pittman, and then he lateraled it, and then they will actually give him the... No, they won't give him the first down. It'll be 2nd and inches. Come on, defense. Get another turnover. And pass complete, and touch him. I don't know if he was ever down. But to the 45-yard line, the Colts go. 44-yard line, 1st and 10. Come on, defense. Can't even fucking run the clock out because you turn it over. Jones's pass is picked off. There you go. Joey Porter. 6 turnovers on the day. So they make up for it. But Roman Wilson's got to know better, man. Run the goddamn ball. 2:44 to go. Colts have a timeout plus 2-minute warning, but still 10-point game, 2 scores, as the 49ers also win. But, yeah, 6 turnovers for the Steelers defense today. Offense is going to get the ball back. So the Steelers turnover is canceled out with this turnover. Just run the ball and run the fucking clock out now. Please and thank you. Get the hell out of Dodge. And get to 5-3 and win for the first time in 3 weeks. Since they beat the Browns at home. And then obviously win for the first time in November. I get it's November 2nd, first game of the month, but still. So they'll run it. Colts with a timeout. Yep, they're 3rd and final. So, they'll have another timeout, 2-minute warning. But then if Pittsburgh can get a first down, they can knee it out and ball game. Injured player on the field.
teams had come together. The officials got in between. Jalen Jones, fresh back.
And they'll put up the blue tent. But after the timeout, 2nd and 11. Rodgers will toss, stay in bounds, stay in bounds. Jalen Warren gets a yard, some blocks going into the sideline. But yeah, don't turn it over either. So the Patriots are going to beat the Falcons 24-23 because of a missed extra point. And we'll hit the 2-minute warning here in Pittsburgh, 27-17 Steelers. 3rd and 11. I mean, it's going to probably be a little hard to get a first down there, but if they do, they can knee it out. If not, you drain the clock, you call a timeout, and you punt. The Packers, who beat the Steelers last week, lose at home wearing their throwbacks on a game-winning field goal to the Carolina Panthers, 16-13. Just shows you in the NFL, any given Sunday, you can win, lose, draw. So,
And their customer service reps always know just what I need.
Could you just, is she allowed to do it? She's with
Yeah, market savings.
Get to it, gotta go.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to drive smart. High-tech features. And excellent reliability. From the Kelly Blue Book Fastback line. Right now, you can get a $249 per month lease on a 2026 HRV two-wheel drive LX.
Check out, get 50% off Parmesan's at regular menu price when you carry out. That includes any pizza size, any toppings, all 50% off. But hurry, still lines one. Better ingredients, better pizza, Parmesan's.
Two suspects. Power to catch these criminals.
Frank couldn't even make her look cute.
Love cop stuff. CBS Tuesday night at Central and streaming on Paramount Plus.
and it looks like as well the Saints and Rams kick off and the Jags and Raiders kick off as well here at 4 o'clock, that the Bears are going to beat the Bengals and the Vikings are going to beat the Lions. Yeah, so they show off the upcoming Steelers schedule. We know it. We've talked about it. But, yeah, they're at the Chargers next Sunday night. And then they're on CBS for a month straight. Yep. 3rd and 11 from the 38. Rodgers going to get sacked. All right. So hopefully he's okay. Oh, he gets up. All right. So clock's going to continue to run. And the Colts can't stop it. So, 4th and long, they'll have to punt, but they'll drain this clock and probably call a timeout before they punt. Or they might just, kick it. Maybe even take it away a game, but kick it as the play clock's expiring. So they will take a delay game. 1:12 to go. So the Steelers will punt. Fair catch by Indy. It's going to bounce inside the 20, inside the 15, down to the 12, with 1:01 to go. And a penalty on the play.
It's a 59-yard punt, but is it going to stand? A lot of smiles on that Steelers sideline.
Just go ahead and tell us what happened.
Offside on the Colts. Penalty is declined. It'll be first down, Indy. Yeah, there's the game-winning field goal for Carolina beating the Green Bay Packers. Yeah, it's like, that's what I said in the NFL, any given Sunday. Daniel Jones looking to throw, high, incomplete. So 2nd and 10, Daniel Jones dumps it off, and it goes for 8 yards. Gets out of bounds. Clock's going to stop with 48 seconds. Today, the Steelers have 6 turnovers on defense. Their most since 2010 when they played at Tennessee, and they had 7 turnovers in that game. I believe that was the game that Paul Amalu jumped over the line and sacked Kerry Collins, if I'm not mistaken. But 3rd and 2 from the 20. Another dump off, pushed out of bounds. The clock will stop again on 1st and 10 here, 42 seconds to go. But just waiting for these final few seconds to tick away. And we will not be ticked off today in a loss. We will not be pissed. We will be happy and rejoice with the win. 1st and 10 from the 24. And Daniel Jones down the middle, high but caught. Alec Pierce to the 50, 1st down for him. Now he just went over 100 yards receiving. So even though they gave up or got 6 turnovers on defense, most in 15 years, they have given up 100 yards to 2 different wide receivers today. But I get with Indy being really one-dimensional because of all the sacks, the fumbles, the interceptions, and the turnovers, and no run game, yeah, they're going to be throwing, you know. So, another flag on the play with 24 seconds to go. Come on, refs. Come on. 2 fouls, offside on the defense. That's declined. And then too many men on the field on the defense. That's accepted and enforced. And it'll be first down, Indy. But remember, it's still a 2-score game here, 27-17 with 24 seconds to go. If they score on this play here, maybe the Colts have a chance. Timeout. Refs want to make sure the clock's right. What the fuck is a stoppage? Come on. They're going to reset the chains. Good God. Get it together, man. 1st and 5 with 24 seconds to play. From the 45, 1st and 5. Daniel Jones over the middle, caught. Big hit by Jalen Ramsey again. Clock still running. They're going to clock it. They will the spike with 13 seconds. 1st and 10, make it 2nd and 10. And they're going to kick the field goal. Can you blame them? Because then it'll be a 1-score game at 7, and then they'll kick an onside kick, and they recover that, and score a touchdown to tie. We're going to overtime. Jesus Christ. Still going to come down to this. Still going to come down to the wire. They're going to kick a 53-yarder. And he makes it. So it's 27-20 with 9 seconds left. The Colts are still figuring a way out to come back because the Steelers are letting them. And they're going to kick an onside kick now. And if they recover it, they'll have a chance to throw a Hail Mary to tie this game up with a made extra point to force overtime. We just saw the Falcons miss an extra point to tie it at 24, and then they lose 24-23 to the Patriots. So here's the onside kick by the Colts. Indy hasn't won in Pittsburgh since 2008. They've only won in Pittsburgh twice ever all time, once with the Baltimore Colts, that 08 game, obviously with the Indianapolis Colts. Pittsburgh trying to beat Indy for the first time since 2020. Onside kick, little high, but Pittsburgh recovers it. DK Metcalf at the 48-yard line with 8 seconds left. And now the Steelers can knee it out. And the Steelers will defeat the Colts to snap a 2-game losing streak. 27-20 is going to be your final score. Indy going to fall to 7-2. Pittsburgh will get to 5-3 before then they'll head to the City of Angels, Southern California, to take on the Chargers next Sunday night. So be sure to tune back in live here on YouTube then for more Pittsburgh Steelers live play, watch along reactions. But today, 27-20 is your final score as they take one final nail down. 000's final. They're 5-3, still atop the AFC North. Don't play Cleveland again until between Christmas and New Year's. Play the Bengals at home in 2 weeks. That loss to start the 2-game losing streak on a Thursday night a couple weeks ago does hurt, does suck, because it was a game they probably should have won. As turnovers was the difference, then they, lost on a game-winning field goal, even though they still attempted a Hail Mary and was so close, to winning it and that way. But they lost, and then lost by 10 last week. Probably should have lost by more, but had that game won and blew it. And today, you start off sluggish, and Indy probably should have put it to them early, but they just couldn't, as Pittsburgh, got the ball and went 3-0 to begin the game. Colts went and scored, put up 7. and then after that, Pittsburgh just, like I said, they should have been down by way more. But turnovers. That's why Pittsburgh wins today, turnovers. They had 6 on defense, gave up 1 on offense, but they, made up for it and got the ball right back. But then still the Colts got the ball back. And then still had a chance at not just 1, but 2 onside kicks. Because, with the touchdown, and then they kicked the field goal and made it, and then, it's a 1-score game. But they don't get that second onside kick, and Pittsburgh needs it out. So, 27-20 is your final score. So here we go, Steelers, here we go. They win for the first time in 3 weeks. They win for the first time in November. I get it's November 2nd, but still. Win's a win. You think about it, with the way it finished out, too. They're probably lucky, they scored points off of some of those turnovers. Because if not, it's a hell of a lot closer than the 7 points, it ended up being in a final. But you take it, you move on. Schedule ain't getting any easier. Go to Chargers next Sunday night. Get the Bengals at home. Go to the Bears, who just beat the Bengals. Who Pittsburgh obviously lost to in the AFC North, but then hoping to split with Cincy in 2 weeks. In the Steelers' next home game. But then, they go to Chicago right before Thanksgiving, and then they get the Bills at home after Thanksgiving, and the Bills are at home today against the Chiefs coming up here next on CBS. That is America's Game of the Week. Everybody's going to get to see that on CBS, Paramount Plus. And then Sunday night, Monday Night Football, and then get it next week. But big win for the Steelers. I mean, they're taking on arguably one of, if not the best team in the NFL entering today in the Indianapolis Colts, who are 7-1. Probably could have been 8-0, undefeated, but they lost the Rams by the same score they lost to today, 27-20, late September. And, they had a strong rushing attack with Jonathan Taylor was leading the NFL in rushing yards, rushing touchdowns, and total touchdowns. Have potentially the comeback player of the year at quarterback in Daniel Jones. But final stats here, Jonathan Taylor had 14 carries for 45 yards rushing. So they shut down the run game. As Indy, as a team, had 19 carries, 55 yards rushing, and a quarterback sneak touchdown. So Daniel Jones had rushing touchdown, had a passing touchdown, and then they had 2 field goals. That's how they got their 20 points. Daniel Jones had 50 attempts. He was 31 of 50 for 342. The touchdown to Josh Downs. But then Daniel Jones sacked 5 times and threw 3 interceptions. And then there were, fumbles and muff punts included in those turnovers as well. Pittsburgh gave up 115 yards receiving to both Alec Pierce and Michael Pittman. Pierce had 6 catches for 115 yards. Pittman, 9 of 115. Josh Downs, 6 of 57 in the score. Tyler Warren, 5 catches, 26 yards. Jonathan Taylor had 2 catches, 12 yards out of the backfield. The 2 field goals were good from 52 and 53, respectively, for the Indianapolis Colts. But Pittsburgh, like I said, they get the ball to begin the game, go 3 and out. Punt, Indy goes and scores. It's the quarterback sneak touchdown. And the Colts, I might add, on 4th down today, were 5 of 5. They're 6 of 14 on 3rd down, but 5 of 5 on 4th down. But then Pittsburgh goes 3 and out again. had to punt. And then that's when the muff punt happened. They had a short field, couldn't score. So it's like, all right. And at that rate, Indy probably should have started putting it to them. 10, 13, 14, nothing, but still 7, nothing. And at that rate, I believe after that muffed punt was the first on that ensuing drive, the first strip sack, if I'm not mistaken. That was TJ Watt's. They go score on that. They tied it up at 7. Should have had more points, obviously, because they didn't score off the muff punt, but oh well. It's 7 apiece, whole new ball game at 7. It was, mid-second quarter. And then Pittsburgh ended up scoring shortly then again afterwards. They scored twice in like a couple minutes. Because then they got another turnover, about 14-7, got the ball back again before halftime, had a 17-7 lead. Remember, they led 16-7, which is 2 scores at 9 at halftime last week against the Packers, and then fucking blew it. Today, thank God they didn't blow it, because it would have been another loss. I mean, maybe they find a way to win, but it would have been potentially another loss. 3 in a row, which then, sky's falling and hell's on fire. They would have been, 4-4 then, not 5-3. But had the 17-7 lead at halftime. Defense kept making stops. They shut down the run game. But with Indy being one-dimensional from the fumbles and the strip sacks because they're throwing a lot, and then the interceptions, been nice to add points off of the muff punt, but they obviously didn't get it. The last turnover with Indy was in response to the Steeler turnover, so Pittsburgh canceled that out. So 27-20 your final, and Pittsburgh had 24 points off of turnovers. You can't get much more closer than that. If like I said, they don't score off of the ones they scored off of, it was a hell of a lot closer, and it might still be a win, it might be a loss, though. They're lucky to have scored when they did off of the turnovers, because the turnovers and points off of turnovers is the difference in today's game and why they won. They were up 24-7, okay? And then what? It's 24-10, and then 27-10, and then Indy scores 27-17, score again, and then, with the field goal, kick the onside kick, but don't recover it. Pittsburgh gets it and eats it out. So 27-20 is your final score. But, yeah, turnovers is the reason on why the Steelers won today. 27-20 is your final score, and 24 points off of 6 turnovers. Really 4, because they didn't score off the muff punt. They didn't score off the last interception. Aaron Rodgers, 25-35, 203, and a touchdown. Yeah, he was sacked 3 times, but I think they did a good job protecting him compared to how they have. Neither team had a run game because Pittsburgh, finished 23-38 on the ground, and Jalen Warren had 16 of those 23 carries for 31 yards and had both rushing touchdowns. So Calvin Austin, 556. Darnell Washington with a couple of big catches, 443 for him. Kenneth Gainwell, 435 out of the backfield. Pat Freiermuth had a couple catches for 27 yards and a touchdown. Johnny Smith, 325. Caleb Johnson had a catch for 9 yards. Also had a carry for 4 yards, as did Connor Hayward on a quarterback sneak. DK, quiet afternoon, 2 catches, 6 yards. Roman Wilson, 1 of 4, hurdled, fumbled. Peyton Wilson had 14 total tackles. 14 total tackles. They had 5 sacks on Danny Dimes, Daniel Indiana Jones. Alex Highsmith had 2. TJ Watt had 1. Keanu Benton had one, and Joey Porter Jr. had one as well. And then Peyton Wilson had an interception, Jack Sawyer had an interception, and Joey Porter had an interception. And then the fumbles were recovered by Derek Harmon and TJ Watt recovered his own strip sack. That's right. Boswell with 9 points in a 7-point win. Was 3 of 3 on his extra points, 2 of 2 on his field goals from 25 and 46. And then overall total team stats. Like we said, Indy was 6 of 14 on third down, 5 of 5 on fourth down. They controlled the clock by a good almost 4 minutes, 31:55 to 28:05. They only had 5 penalties for 53 yards compared to the Steelers' 8 for 46. Steelers had 13 total drives today. Colts with 11. But total yards, Pittsburgh didn't even crack 250, let alone 230. They had 225 total yards today. The Steelers did in a 7-point, 27-20 win. Colts with 313 passing, 55 rushing for 368. Pittsburgh with 187 passing to 38 rushing for the 225. But, you know, the story of this game is the turnovers. So, I mean, defense still has a lot to work on. As the Broncos will also win on a game-winning field goal here today, 18-15. So all these 1 o'clock games now are over with officially from the Ravens winning on Thursday Night Football. Currently, right now, the Bengals recovered an onside kick and just scored 42-41, but then the Bears just scored as well. I have a score of 47-42 Chicago. 17 seconds left. So it was 34-27 there a little bit ago, and now it's turned into a shootout. 47-42 Bears. Game ain't over just yet. That's the last 1 o'clock game on. Jags Raiders just kicked off. Rams are up 7-0 on the Saints, and then the Chiefs Bills just kicked off as well. Sunday Night Football, Seahawks and the Washington Redskins. Monday Night Football, Cardinals Cowboys. But yeah, the Vikings won. Panthers won on a game-winning field goal. Chargers won. Patriots won. 49ers won. Broncos won on a game-winning field goal as well. And then Steelers won, obviously, here 27-20. And all those games, other than Thursday Night Football, and then the 49ers beating the Giants by 10, everything else here at 1 o'clock is a one-score game. Vikings win by 3. Panthers win by 3. Chargers win by 7. Steelers win by 7. Same score at 27-20. And the Steelers are at the Chargers next Sunday night. Patriots win by 1. Broncos win by 3. Yeah. After a blowout week last week in the NFL, which I believe the stat was like for the first time since 1970, the NFL merger, every game in a single week was decided by 2 scores. So now everything here at 1 o'clock, yeah, 1-score game. But anyways, get back to the Steelers here with recapping these overall total team stats. Just like I said, the difference in this game was the turnovers. 6 turnovers. You scored on 4 of them and got 24 points total off of the turnovers, and you win by 7. 27-20. There you go. And Boswell, obviously, like I said, with him having, 8 points as well and a 7-point win. Or 9 points. 8, 9 points, whatever it was. Wins a win at the end of the day. So that's that. Pittsburgh now going to be what? +9, +10 in the turnover margin entering next week against a good Charger team who they beat last year. Same thing last year. It was late September. Remember, they hosted the Chargers and then they went to the Colts. And now this year they're hosting the Colts and then going to the Chargers in back-to-back weeks both times. But I remember they went to the Chargers on a Sunday night a couple years ago and should have won the game. They lost. So we'll see. But should be a good game. But that's then. Celebrate the win. And then we'll go from there. NFL trade deadline is on Tuesday once again. So we'll see if the Steelers, make any moves. I want to correct myself from earlier in saying the Steelers had signed Marquez Valdez-Scantling MVS. Well, technically they did, but it fell through. So they still just have the wide receivers they have. Maybe they still sign them in time. I don't know. But then Pittsburgh obviously just traded for Kyle Duggar. They made a move last year for Preston Smith on the defensive side. Duggar just recently. Remember they traded for Mike Williams last year as well. Did they make another wide receiver move? There's a lot of rumors out there from Pittsburgh trading for Chris Olave from the Saints, Jacoby Myers from the Raiders. Calvin Ridley had just signed with the Titans recently, but Tennessee's in a situation that they'll be parting ways with some players probably. And then the big name at wide receiver right now is probably Jalen Waddle with the Dolphins. But then do the Dolphins shut everything down? They just fired the GM the other day. McDaniel's probably going to be fired by the end of the season, or at the end of the season anyway. Tua probably going to be there next year. So they're going to clean house and move on, and you get draft picks out of the deal, or you're going to keep everybody and try to right the ship, or what the case is. Obviously, Tyreek Hill's already out with an injury. Jalen Waddle's really all they have at wideout. When Tua can get on the football, for that matter. When he can see it over his offensive line, let alone through his own pink eye. But, yeah, they didn't look good on Thursday night, to say the least. But, yeah, the NFL trade deadline's on Tuesday. So, if I'd have to guess, they might come to a deal with MVS, after a week of whatever the hell it turned into, and they didn't sign him for whatever reason. To maybe trade for somebody else, I don't know. We'll see what they do. They need another wide receiver, though. As I've said in the past, it would really help out the offense. But then also they're banged up with some injuries, especially on defense. But then other, injuries, do you want to try to help out, say, up front on the offensive line? Or, because if it ain't wide receiver, what is it going to be? They just made a move in the secondary. Maybe at linebacker on the edge, but they have depth. They have depth in the secondary. It's just they've been getting hurt. I think Duggar played pretty good today. Didn't really say his name a hell of a lot, but that's also, a good thing because you're playing. We didn't say his name for anything wrong. Because obviously Isaac Seumalo's hurt again. didn't return, even though he did play today, coming off a pec injury, suffered last week. You know, who knows what his status is going to be, and then, you know, they're trying to run this jumbo package. It's like, maybe they, if it's not a wide receiver, or maybe if they do get a wide receiver, they get somebody else as well. You know, they have draft picks to potentially get rid of, you know, for next year, in which they'll host the draft, I might add. Next April, next spring. Just, you obviously want, you know, players to help you out now, you know, compared to later if you are going to, you know, make a move. Draft picks is what it's going to be, because I don't see them trading anybody for, you know, player for player. But if it ain't a wide receiver, I think offensive line is probably somewhere you're going to have to look. Who that might be, I have no idea. I'm sure they'd be able to find depth somewhere. But they have, you know, just like any other team, a thing called the practice squad. You know, I mean, maybe in time they'll promote, just like they do every week, you know, players just for the active game, and then they go back on the practice squad. You know, just depending on the situation, do what you got to do to find a way to win. Help out the team best you can. But we'll see if they make a move and how big of a move it is at wide receiver, if anything at all. You know, your guess is as good as mine. You know, they're, like I said, front office wise, not the Steelers of old. They do make moves now, but then it's, well, what kind of move? Are they going to make the big splash? They're going to, you know, something that is right in the middle, squeaks by, like, other than, you know, extending contracts, the probably big move they've made recently, let alone the past however many years, was trading for DK, you know, back in March. Now, I'm sure there might be something I'm forgetting, but yeah, if they can go get another wide receiver, just like they did last year, and maybe this time it'll work out better, maybe they'll have a better grasp of, you know, what to do versus what not to do. Because, I mean, Mike Williams did play okay, but from what I recall, he did something. He caught a game-winning touchdown in his first game with the Steelers last year, but they didn't do shit after that. So, yeah, just got to help out Aaron Rodgers and this offense while they can, because obviously it ain't going to last forever. You know, they got a window to continue to stack wins and, you know, potentially still go win the AFC North and be in a damn good position, just not to host a playoff game at that rate, but maybe make a noise, make a you know, run in the playoffs, which will be here in a little over 2 months' time now that we're in November. But like I said, schedule ain't going to get any easier, you know, and then also you don't know with the injuries you have now, what injuries you're going to have down the stretch. So you better be, you know, locked and loaded, ready to go. So, yeah, I'll leave it at that. There's nothing just said. They're 28-8 now against the Colts all time as well. So 27-20 is your final score. Steelers defeat the Colts here today. So thanks for tuning in and listening, and be sure to tune back in next weekend for more college football and NFL live play. Watch longer actions live here on YouTube, as Penn State will host one of the college football teams out of the Hoosier State, as the Indiana Hoosiers will come into Happy Valley from Whoville. And then the Steelers are at the Chargers next Sunday night. So I'll have coverage of both those games. So be sure to subscribe if you haven't done so already. And yeah, here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Steelers with a 27-20 win at home here today against Indianapolis Colts, snapping a 2-game losing streak to get now to 5-3 on the season, and still atop the AFC North. Take care of business, or else sort itself out. But schedule ain't going to get any easier. You know, you're at the Chargers, you get the Bengals, and then you're done with Cincy, and then you go to the Bears, who do beat the Bengals 47-42 is your final. And then, you know, you got the Bills at home, and then you got the Ravens at the beginning of December, a month from now, and then you also get Baltimore week 18 at home, and then everything else in between. So, in November, find a way to win, just like you do every week. But then hopefully they're unleashing hell in December and making noise down the stretch. Because you want to be playing your best ball, you know, from now over the course of the next month into December and late in the year and into the playoffs. Because we saw how last year went. We saw how 2020 went. They were undefeated. And then last time they actually beat the Colts at home was right after Christmas that year. And then they lost 5 of 6 down the stretch and lost in the first round of the playoffs. And then last year they're 10-3 and, you know, lose 5 in a row, lose also in the first round of the playoffs. So they got to, you know, figure out just that timing. And it's not necessarily figuring it out, which obviously it is. You got to win, but you just got to hit their stride and keep winning. As I said, take care of business, trust to sort itself out, because if they get into a position that they've been in before too, for whatever reason, you know, or another, that they're going to need help, which right now seemingly doesn't seem to be the case, but you just never know. You know, just NFL's crazy. Like I said, any given Sunday, win, lose, draw. You know, the Packers, who just beat them last Sunday night, lost at home to the Panthers on a game-winning field goal today. So that's why they play a game, folk. Ain't decided on paper, it's decided on the field. And Pittsburgh returned home. 27-20, your final score. They defeat the Colts, and now will be on the road for the first time since that Bengal loss on Thursday night, but back in prime time on Sunday night against the Chargers. So hope to see you then, but 27-20, your final score here today. Steelers defeat the Colts. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go.